Now we start with the first presentation, and the moderator is Inese Davidsone, a PhD student. I hope soon she will be already a PhD. So please, Ines, the floor is yours, and you are starting. Let us say, I will be not present all the time because I'm on the duty. I have to write a lot of documents. So sorry, but if something happens, you always call me like police. No, I'm in charge then for everything. So Ines, the floor is yours, and you are the leader for this section. You start.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of academic community, distinguished colleagues. My name is Inese Davidsone, and it is my privilege to preside as the moderator of Section 1 of this international conference, Grammar of Time, Ontologies and Practices Across Cultures. It is with a great pleasure that I welcome you on this session, which brings together 6 eminent scholars whose works examines the concept of time through diverse cultural, philosophical, political, literary, and aesthetical frameworks. Their contributions will guide us across Korean intellectual traditions, modern cinematic temporality, visual and photographic perspectives, literary perceptions, political chronopolitics, and the role of time in Islamic feminist literature. Each presenter is allocated 15 minutes, allowed by 3 minutes for questions and discussions. Since the conference is dedicated to the grammar of time, let us also keep our session in good rhythm. To help us stay on track, I kindly ask each speaker to stay within the given time. I will place also perhaps short reminder in the chat where 3 minutes, when 3 minutes remain. So with this, I'm honored to open our session and let us begin. Our first speaker is a Professor Andrew Eunji Kim from Korean University. His presentations examines how cyclical morality and cultural memory construct the Korean understanding of temporal harmony. Professor Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and hello to Professor Kļaviņš. I thought I had 20 minutes, but it's down to 15 minutes, so I better rush with my presentation. I would like to first begin by explaining why examining the concept of time in Korean thought is significant. Traditional notions of temporality, deeply rooted in Confucian philosophy, continue to shape contemporary Korean cultural practices, from ritual observances and social etiquette to seasonal festivals and even modern work-life rhythms. Studying these ideas helps us understand how Koreans negotiate continuity between tradition and modernity. Moreover, grasping the Korean concept of time provides valuable insight into the dynamics of contemporary Korean culture. For instance, ancestral rites, or 제사, these are scheduled according to the lunar calendar, reflecting the enduring influence of cyclical time. Events such as Chuseok, or Korean Thanksgiving, embody agrarian and cosmological notions of time, emphasizing harmony with nature's rhythms. In social etiquette, the Korean Confucian emphasis on timeliness shapes interpersonal relations, where knowing the right time to speak, act, or defer remains central. In work culture, modern life reveals a tension between traditional cyclical time, like family obligations and rituals, and modern linear time, like industrial schedules and global capitalism, producing unique cultural negotiations. Building on these observations, I will explore the nature, orientation, and purpose of time in Korean thought, and conclude, if I have time, by contrasting these perspectives with Western philosophical views of time. Nature of time in Korean thought: cyclical, ethical, and relational. In Korean thought, time is more than chronology. It is a moral and cosmic framework that shapes behavior and harmony. It is seen as cyclical, ethical, and relational, guiding life not just by moments, but by principles of living together. The cyclical view of time reflects the rhythms of the universe, day and night, seasons, life and death. Rather than a straight path, time is a cycle of renewal, where each season, ritual, and generation offers a chance to reconnect with harmony. It emphasizes repetition, renewal, and continuity, connecting past, present, and future in a dynamic flow. The lunar calendar and ancestral rites embody this cyclical view, showing how honoring the past sustains harmony in the present. Time and morality, virtue in timeliness. In Korean thought, time holds ethical significance. What matters is not simply when events occur, but whether they happen at the right moment. This principle of timeliness lies at the heart of Confucian ethics. Mencius said, "Confucius is the sage of time." In other words, Confucius was skilled at adjusting his actions according to the occasion at hand, a skill which was described by Mencius as knowing, quote, when it was proper to go into office, then to go into it. When it was proper to keep retired from office, then to keep retired from it. When it was proper to continue in it long, then to continue in it long. And when it was proper to withdraw from it quickly, then to withdraw quickly, unquote. That is why Confucian rituals require precise timing, often guided by the lunar calendar, as moral efficacy depends on temporal correctness. Relational time, connecting lives, creating balance. In Confucianism, time is not abstract. It is relational, connecting heaven, earth, and humanity. Time is not just personal, it is social. Korean philosophy also sees time as relational, embedded in human connections and social roles. Time in this sense is not isolated. It unfolds through relationships, rituals, and shared cultural practices. Time is meaningful only in relation to moral action and social roles. Rituals like ancestral rituals are performed at specific times to sustain familial and cosmic harmony, serving as bridges between past and present. The third section of my presentation pertains to the orientation of time in Korean thought, the past as moral compass. In Korean thought, time is not only cyclical, moral, and relational, it is also past-oriented. The past is revered as a moral compass and foundation for present and future conduct. Historical memory, ancestral legacy, and traditional values are seen as vital for cultivating virtue and sustaining harmony. Korean thought thus highlights ancestral wisdom, ritual continuity, and historical role models as ethical guides. The past as living guidance in Korean thought pertains to the following. The past is reenacted through rituals like 제사, ancestral rituals. Confucius and Korean sages like Yi Hwang and Yi are respected as moral role models, with their teachings guiding ethical living and future aspirations. Classical texts like the Analects and Book of Rites and Korean commentaries are treated as repositories of wisdom, shaping present conduct through historical insight. Turning to my fourth section, the time's purpose in Korean thought, harmony with heaven and humanity. In Korean thought, time serves a higher purpose, cultivating harmony between heaven, society, and the individual. It is not a neutral backdrop, but a moral and cosmic framework that guides human behavior toward balance, virtue, and ethical living. Harmony with heaven. In traditional Korean thought, heaven embodies the natural order, moral principle, and cosmic authority. Heaven is the overarching principle of the universe, ensuring harmony between nature, society, and morality. Heaven is also the source of ethical norms. Confucius often spoke of heaven as a guiding moral force. Although scholars debate whether heaven is a personal deity or an impersonal force, in Confucianism, it is often seen as both transcendent, that is beyond human control, and immanent, that is present in moral life. In this sense, living in harmony with heaven means aligning actions with the right timing, respecting nature's flow and moral order. Sima Tan, who was a Han Dynasty astrologer and astronomer and historian, said, to quote, Yin Yang, the 4 seasons, and the 8 directions and positions all have their own teachings and commands. One who follows them will flourish, and one who goes against them, if they do not die, will decline. In the spring, things are born. In the summer, they grow. In the fall, they are gathered. And in the winter, they are stored. This is the great order of the way of heaven. Without following it, the very structure that holds the world together is lost. Unquote. Harmony with society. In Korean thought, time sustains social harmony by guiding individuals to act in accordance with their roles and relationships. Proper timing strengthens these bonds and expresses respect, responsibility, and relational awareness. In ritual propriety, what matters is not only what is done, but when it is done. Timely actions embody virtue and respect. Structured around time, education serves as a bridge across generations. Classical texts transmit virtue, making time a medium of moral cultivation rather than mere progress. Continuity and tradition. Korean Confucianism values cultural continuity, seeing innovation as meaningful only when harmonized with tradition. In terms of transmission of values, time is a channel through which values and knowledge are passed down, reinforcing cultural identity and moral stability. Time and the individual, moral growth. For individuals, time is seen as a journey of moral development. Each stage of life carries its own duties and ethical expectations. The past offers guidance, the present is a moment for action, and the future continues the path of virtue, always in harmony with tradition. It was a rather short presentation. I'll just make my conclusion. In my presentation today, I highlighted how Korean thought views time as cyclical, moral, and closely tied to relationships. It focuses on the past as a source of wisdom, emphasizing the importance of proper timing and following rituals as key ethical values. Ultimately, the purpose of time is to foster harmony between heaven, society, and the individual. This vision is reflected in the cultural practices such as ancestral rituals, which are guided by tradition and a profound respect for timeliness. By contrast, Western philosophy tends to conceptualize time as linear, measurable, and abstract, progressing steadily from past to future. In this tradition, time is often treated as a tool for planning, progress, and the comprehension of change. It manifests in history, science, and art, and carries with it a strong sense of responsibility, the imperative to improve and shape the future through deliberate human action. Much have been compacted into this concluding comments, and I think it shows you why the West and the East are so different. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this highly relevant presentation. Now we have about 3 minutes or 5 for questions. If you would like to ask a question, please raise hand function or turn on your microphone, or just write question in the chat, please. Please, Professor Thailand.
Professor Kim, first of all, I wanted to thank you for the very instructive presentation and very interesting. It was a pleasure to hear you. But here I would like to ask one very Western-oriented question about the role of individual in your Confucian system of time as a moral entity. Well, my question is about the responsibility of the person. You mentioned that there are certain expectations concerning ethical questions. And in case a personality is not fulfilling these expectations, ethical expectations, can this individual, so to say, well, in a way, disharmonize the cosmic harmony to make some damage into this cosmic system of balances? Can you understand my question here? Probably I'm not very, very clear. Or individual is, so to say, so small and so insignificant that, well, the cosmic order, well, the flow of time and all these things are without any, so to say, change in case this or that individual is somehow Well, turning away from these expected ethical norms.
Well, what I've presented today about Korean thought, which is heavily influenced by Confucian philosophy, these are ideals. Of course, there are deviations, and also people do not really think about their responsibilities and their roles in society and their roles in relation to heaven. So, of course, a lot of individuals fail to fulfill their roles and responsibility in relation to society, in relation to heavens, and also, a responsibility to fulfill their role as an individual too, right? But I think it's something that just passes. It's not something that people get to readily know whether the person is not fulfilling his or her role or carrying out all the responsibilities in relation to heaven and society. I don't know if I answered your question correctly, but
thank you very much
so
for
you
your...
wanted to say that authorities are not very exact on this question. Probably this would be your summary of your answer.
Thank you very much for your question, Professor Tae-ho, and thank you for answer, Professor Kim. Now we will proceed to our next presentation, and our second speaker is Oh-Jin-Ho from University of Ljubljana. This talk explores the film Burning through Walter Benjamin's concept of urban modernity and the temporal dynamic of fear. Please welcome Oh-Jin-Ho.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Oh-Jin-Ho. Oh, can I see? Could you see my presentation? I will share.
Excellent. Very visible. No problem at all. No.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will do my presentation. Thank you very much for this chance. Yeah. Hello, my name is Oh-Jin-Ho, and I am a PhD candidate in Korean Studies at the University of Ljubljana. Today, I will discuss modernity and fear in Burning, drawing on Walter Benjamin's urban experience. My presentation consists of 4 parts: introduction, the passage as allegory, realism in Burning, and the unfinished Korean modernity. First, introduction. Let me begin by briefly introducing the film's director Ri Chang-dong. Ri is a prominent Korean novelist, filmmaker, and producer whose works range from everyday life to historical trauma, such as the Gwangju Uprising and the Sewol Ferry disaster. Rather than portraying heroic protagonists, Lee focuses on ordinary individual living in contemporary Korea. His films often capture the anxieties and fears that emerge when ordinary people are swept along by forces they cannot control. Representative works include Greenfish, Oasis, Poetry, and Burning. This characteristics resonates with Walter Benjamin. For Benjamin, the capitalist city and its spectacular visuality are different from the medieval world. He treats the city itself as a text, reading capitalist spectacle as commodity fetishism and analyzing the alienation it produces. Allegory operates through the moment when once glamorous commodities become obsolete, literally turning into antiques. Thus, Benjamin reads the future of new commodities as the repetition of the old, exploring the spectral quality of the modern subject. Burning engages directly with Korean modernity, particularly with what Lee describes as the anger of the younger generation. To express this, the film adopts the mystery genre, centering on the disappearance of Hemi and the triangular tension among Jong-soo, Hemi, and Ben. The passage as allegory. Benjamin explains that modern cities emerges from technological reproduction and the rise of technological civilization, which fundamentally differentiates them from the past. In this new condition, the mode of experience also changes, especially through the loss of aura and the accelerating temporality of modern life. Benjamin describes the new capitalist urban spectacle as a new slave of capitalism. The abundance of commodities, world exposed and dazzling displays form a phantasmagoria which the society mistakenly interprets as progress amidst grounded in social Darwinism. Alongside commodity fetishism, Benjamin analyzes the abstraction of individual life. He argues that this abstraction is tied to capitalist fantasy and ultimately conceals the social relations of production, the economic base. The abstracted modern subject becomes part of the urban spectacle, transforming into a consumer. Benjamin notes those without purchasing power are effectively excluded from the spectacle. Crucially, Benjamin's reading does not rely on the glamorous presents such as the Crystal Palace and World Fair. Instead, he derives allegory from the ruined arcades, the faded shops, and the outdated commodities, the old future that today's department stores will eventually confront. Yet, this does not mean he sees only decay. From the same antiquated object, Benjamin draws wish images figures such as the bohemian, boredom, fashion, the prostitute, rag picker, and the gambler. He calls the dialectical imagery. He calls this the dialectical imagery as a stand feel. Rather than a return to an intact past, the wish images suggest how dreams of the future appear in the form of the past. This dialectical movement expresses desire not in heroic agency, but in failed or ruined forms, what Proust calls involuntary memory, or what Benjamin names the now time. Realism in Burning. Burning is loosely based on Murakami Haruki's short story Barn Burning. Rather than adapting the plot, the film appropriates only the motif of burnt barns to construct an entire new narrative. The film follows Jong-soo after he reunites with Hemi, who introduces him to Ben, a wealthy Korean American she met in Africa. The central conflict begins when Hemi suddenly disappears and Jong-soo becomes convinced that Ben is involved. Jong-soo studied creative writing in college and once aspired to novelist, but after failing to debut, he now works as a delivery driver. Jong-soo's place is significant. After his father is put on trial for assault, Jong-soo moves back to his family house in Paju. His mother left long ago, and his sister is married and living elsewhere. The family has dispersed, and only a single calf remains on the empty house. The neighborhood is run down and overshadowed by ongoing loudspeaker broadcast toward North Korea. It is also the place where Hemi performs her final dance before disappearing. As we can see in these images, Jong-soo's home is old and cluttered with miscellaneous objects. Hemi makes a living by doing part-time jobs. Before leaving for Africa, she tells Jong-soo she wishes to find the great hunger for meaning. She also asks Jong-soo to care for a cat. This cat he never actually sees. Hemi's home is in Hwamdong, a neighborhood that can be read as a palimpsest, a layered space where past and present so coexist. Here she tells Jong-soo, you just have to forget what isn't there, entrusting him with her cat. She lives in a rundown rooftop room with a distant view of Namsan Tower. Ben appears to be wealthy young Korean American she met during her trip. When Jong-soo asks what he does for a living, Ben simply answers, "I play." Ben reveals only to Jong-soo that his hobby is burning abandoned greenhouse. His politeness and affluency carry an uncanny, almost threatening quality. Ben's home is a luxury apartment in Dongjakgu, Seoul, surrounded by affluent friends and modern spaces. By juxtaposing these spaces with Jong-soo and Hami's environments, the film produces a sharp discrepancy within contemporary Korean urban life. After Hami disappears, Jong-soo grows certain then that Ben is culprit. In the underground parking lot of Ben's apartment, he encounters a cat that responds to the name Boyle, which is her cat's name, so that strengthens his suspicion. Each location in Burning corresponds to layers of Korean modern and contemporary history. The film creates tension by presenting fragmented families and the mysterious behavior of Ben. A key aspect of conflict is Jong-soo's sense of inferiority toward Ben, whom he calls Gatsby. Like Gatsby, Ben becomes the object of Jong-soo's envy since his origin and wealth remain unclear to him. Thus, the film shows Korean modernity as a space of the non-simultaneity of the simultaneous, that is, multiple historical times coexisting in the present. Through these slippages between reality and the real, the film prompts viewers to ask, what is real? Unfinished Korean modernity. Korean modernity developed through the desire to normalize or to enter a proper order of modern society. This appears in Korean cinematic realism, which often operates through a standardized realism. In this model, Korean positions an imagined West as its rival, attempting to compensate for Korea's lack by reproducing Western spectacles. This was shaped decisively by the military dictatorship after the Korean War, which equated anti-communism and economic development with the Korean version of democracy. This desire helped construct a middle-class fantasy in Korea. This idealized middle class is a Western nuclear family, a father with an office job in Seoul, homemaker mother, and children with modern occupations such as a typist or university student. The film still displayed here, a petty middle manager, already shows this emerging image without obvious patriarchal authoritarianism. In short, the middle-class fantasy consists of a house in Seoul, a father working in Seoul, and the Western-style nuclear family centered around him. However, Burning challenges this fantasy by framing its narrative through mystery. One of the most symptomatic moments occurs when Hemi dances the Great Hunger Dance in Paju, smoking marijuana as Miles Davis' general plays, while South Korea broadcast aimed at North Korea continue in the background. Lee Chang-dong explains that he chose the mystery from two reasons. First, because life always contains elements that cannot be fully explained, and second, because he wanted viewers not to read the film through any fixed genre. The film addresses the anger of the younger generation, showing how structural tensions, desire, and the frustration desire shape contemporary life in Korea. For these reasons, Jong-soo's father, who appears only briefly, becomes crucial. The film implicitly asks, who started this story? Jong-soo's father is on trial for assaulting a local civil servant. His lawyer describes Jong-soo's father as someone who finished high school, went to the Middle East for hard labor, earned money, and was advised to buy an apartment in Gangnam, but he refused, returned to his hometown, started a livestock business, and failed. Jong-soo's father represents a model citizen during the era of military dictatorship. Yet, in the post-industrial present, he is someone who cannot adapt a very realistic figure. The film shows his Paju home as a decayed space filled with outdated objects, accompanied by the constant presence of South Korean broadcasts aimed at North Korea, producing an atmosphere that is both dilapidated and strangely nostalgic. In the same way, Hami's rooftop house is old and deteriorate. Her home visibly exhibits the contradictions of Korean modernity. From these spaces, the film articulates a recurring message: you just have to forget what isn't there. This statement is visually embodied by Ben. As Jong-soo searches for Hemi, he encounters only conflicting testimonies, suggesting that even Hemi he thought he knew might never have existed as he imagined. The film never clarifies truth or false. At the end, Jong-soo kills Ben, burns his own clothes, and escapes. Ben the Gatsby can be read as the object of Jong-soo's desire. This is a deeply obscene point. After the older generation's fantasies collapse, the younger generation projects its desire onto someone like Ben, wealthy, cosmopolitan Korean American. Thus, Jong-soo's outburst can be seen as the moment he realized he can never become Ben. This impossibility propels the film deeper into mystery. This raises fundamental questions. Did Ben really exist? And does Jong-soo in the end truly exist as a subject at all? Here the film converges with Benjamin's idea that those who cannot participate in the spectacle of capitalism become spectral, excluded subjects. To summarize, burning does not present clear truth or false. Instead, it destabilizes the boundary between them, exploring the fear and anger that arise from a condition where one cannot decide what is real. This condition reflects the disappearance of the subject under capitalism, shown through the father in the courtroom, the desirable figure of Ben, and the vanishing woman, Hemi. All are different but parallel forms of the same structural disappearance. This scene is Paju, wine, marijuana, and Hemi's nostalgic dance, captures the younger generation's desire most powerfully. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much for this thought-provoking presentation. And thank you for your very, very strict timing. Now we have 3 minutes for questions. You're welcome to ask questions by raising hands or by using the chat. If there are no questions yet, I can start.
Maybe one question regarding Walter
please.
Benjamin. Yeah, Walter Benjamin was also connected somehow with Taoism. At least there is a research in his. He is actually very, very interesting. As you know, he is trying to unify Hebrew or Jewish, partly Jewish, Marxist and Taoist thoughts. Did you or are you connected in some kind of research regarding? Because I'm personally very interested in Walter Benjamin. That's why. I'm thinking for a collaboration regarding his world outlook.
Yeah, thank you for questions. Yes, I am aware of Benjamin's engagement with non-Western traditions, including Taoism, although Benjamin did not explicitly systemize the Taoist concept in his writings. Several scholars have pointed out resonance in thinking of non-action, temporality, and the critic linear progress. In my opinion, I have not yet directly focused on Benjamin's dialogue with your idea, with your opinion, but I see it as a extremely promising direction, especially for understanding his thought beyond the usual European framework. I would definitely welcome collaboration on this topic. Yeah, I would. Thank you very much.
Inesai slēgts telefoniņš, tas slēgts, atvainojos, mikrofons, jā. Ines, atveriet mikrofonu, nedzirdam jūs vienkārši. Jā, tagad ir kārtībā.
Thank you for your question, Professor Kļaviņš, and thank you for your answer. I have one question as well. How does the city environment shape the sense of the time in the film?
Oh, could you please repeat again? I didn't get it.
How does the city environment, we saw many pictures with the city environment as well, how does this shape the sense of the time in the film?
Oh, well, in the film, the time is represented or responded with space like Paju or Hwamdong, but you know, in this film, Lee Chang-dong want to express that space and time is not linear time, or just you know. Sorry, I didn't order my opinion. So yeah. Anyway, I think the space, the sense of space, the sense of time is like a nostalgic or about nostalgic in present like this. Yeah, I think.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Now we will proceed with our next presentation, and our third speaker is Anastasia Galkina from Daugavpils University. She will examine the temporal layers and cultural reception of a Katai work under the flag of 10 nations in Latvia. Anastasia, please begin.
Hello, everybody. It's an honor to be here, participate in this conference. Right now, I'm trying to share my presentation, and I hope that everybody can see it. A second. Yes. It is the presentation is seen?
Yes, we can see it very well. Thank you.
Yes, it's great. Okay. Today I'm going to discuss the topic about Edgar Katai's life in Harbin, and he was living under the flags of the 10 nations. And also today I will also present it as a literary reception in Latvia's cultural space, how his living in that era impacted his life. First of all, and also after my presentation, all previous colleagues of Edgar Katai, because he was also one of the co-founders of Department of Oriental Studies at Faculty of Modern Languages at University of Latvia. Today is now Faculty of Humanities. If somebody of Edgar Katai's all the previous colleagues, dear colleagues, have some words about his reception, about his book under the flags of 10 nations, they're all welcome to also to discuss this in the end of the presentation. So Edgar Zobes Katais is his full name in Latvian, was born in 1923, and he fortunately rested in peace in 2019. According to the Doctor of Philosophy, expert in Chinese history and philosophy, and Dr. Kaspars Kļaviņš, in his short essay Edgar Katai biography, mentions that Edgar Katai comes from a multinational family background. However, when recounting the story of his father, Kārlis Katai, Edgar Katai reflected that during the Russian Tsarist period and later, his surname was always written with a slight hint of Estonian linguistic influence. About the main goal and methodology. Before I go before we go deep down, we need to understand what kind of genre the work is of Edgar Cayce's. At first glance, it may be considered as autobiography because it's written by Edgar Cayce himself and contains a lot of emotional, social, and personal aspects of life. However, this life written is more close to memory, due to focusing on specific time period within a life. Julia Novak, a researcher at the Department of English at the University of Vienna, has mentioned in her abstract experiments in life writing that the proliferation of designations such as meta-autography, autobiography, creative nonfiction, autofiction, and so on signals that diversification of life writing as a discursive field. This analysis shows that the modern life stories often mix the facts with the inventions that we can also see later. And also, according to the Professor Robert McDowell, who teaches history at Western University, the author of a memoir acts as a witness who deliberately avoids cataloging their personal thoughts. Instead, the aim is to direct the reader's focus towards the specific occurrences that were most profoundly impactful to their awareness. In this way, a bond is created between the writer and the audience, founded on a shared process of introspection. This study implies the technique of concept mapping to analyze each chapter of Edgar Cayce's work, with the aim to uncover how the creation of literary maps can be both validate meaning and challenge prevailing critical assumptions. According to Francis Slack, a researcher at Sheffield Hallam University, concept mapping is a valuable method to identify fundamental ideas with a collection of documents or a specific research area. She further suggests that the concept maps can serve as a useful tool for generating additional search terms during the literary review process, clarifying the structural organization of the review, and enhancing understanding the theoretical frameworks, key concepts, and the relationships among them. This methodology also is connected directly with the principles of narrative cartography. In other words, narrative cartography is a graphic representation of the spatial world of the text, a world built from an author's memory, cultural traditions, and inventions. When examining Edgar Cayce's identity, it's important to remember that Latvia's cultural self-identity is a multifaceted phenomenon, shaped by interplay of historical and social cultural factors. Living in the Far East profoundly influenced Cayce's personal and cultural self-identification, as this region provides a unique historical and cultural context where the traditions, values, systems of various nations interact. This dynamic cultural landscape of the region leads to intense reinterpretation of concepts and semantic meanings, which supplements and reconstructions model of identity. Those processes within the semantic space allow to better understanding how individuals living in the Far East, like Edgar Cayce himself, adapt and integrate global and local cultural paradigms in their self-identity. Here is a very glance of the Harbin during the lifespan of Edgar Cayce. All the original pictures and quotation in this presentation are borrowed from his work under the flags of 10 nations. And we can see also in this picture that also the 10 different flags that made a big impact during Edgar Cayce's stay in Harbin. Those 10 flags represent the succession of different political powers and regiments under which Edgar Cayce lived. Using the concept of mapping, we can visualize his life journey as a timeline overlaid onto a map of Manchuria, with each flag symbolizing a shift in sovereignty, authority, and political atmosphere. Edgar Katai's experience firsthand. And here it's like a brief summary of all the 10 flags. In the opening chapter of his book, which details his parents' arrival in China and the formation of Latvian identity abroad, Edgar Katai describes the inception of Chinese Eastern Railway, drawing from Katai's account. In the 19th century, the Russian Foreign Minister Count Sergeyevich successfully pursued the senior Chinese statesman Li Hongzhang to grant a Chinese empire permission to construct a major railway across Manchuria, the line to extend to Vladivostok, with a branch leading to the naval Port Arthur. However, according to another book, which was written in 1925, it stated that Li Hongzhang, who served as special envoy for the Qin dynasty government, was officially dispatched to St. Petersburg. His mission was to meet the Tsar Nikolai II of Russia to negotiate the railway construction plan and discuss Chinese involvement through the project. As a result, Li Hongzhang's significant efforts, the private Chinese commercial enterprise known as Chinese Eastern Railway Company was established on Russian soil. As I mentioned, each flag can be seen not only as metaphor, but also as a guide, like anchor about Edgar Katai's life. During his life under the second flag, which is mostly dismissed as symbol of particularized interest rather than broader state making. However, during his life under the second and third and first and all 10 flags, Edgar Katai never lost or forgotten his inner true identity that he was Latvian. And thanks to his aunt, Anna Auziņa, who was the main anchor of preserving his identity, that he is true, which is included all the times that he was spending in his house, learning Latvian, looking at some journals and so on, and also going to the Lutheran church, which was in the Harbin that time. So here we can see that two quotations from his work that also proves that his aunt was the main anchor who was trying to make sure that he would not be influenced by all the changes from the outside of his house. Because as I mentioned, he was influenced by dozens of nations. And also we need to remember that at that time that Harbin was not only ruled by the Chinese side, but also by Japanese and Russians also. And even though he was going to the school, he still tried to preserve his identity, but he was also have a bit of like inner struggle in himself, because outside of his world was dominated by different privileges, different perspectives, and he needed to be more flexible in order to survive so survive maybe is a bit a harsh word, but maybe like to survive, to be able to be part of this world, of this community. It's important to point out that after Sino-Soviet agreement, control of Chinese Eastern Railway was split in two powers, Soviet and Chinese administrators. This created a clear division in Harbin. Also, Soviet officials ran the railway, and the city's social and cultural life was still shaped by anti-Bolshevik Russian immigrants. As a result, the two separate walls existed side by side, one of the pre-revolutionary Russian culture and another of growing Soviet influence. This deep division meant there was no single unified Russian community in the city. However, under the Bureau of Russian Immigrant Affairs in Manchukuo administration, all adult Russian immigrants were compelled to register to obtain legal status and essential documents. Failure to comply resulted in denial of employment and education. Even though Edgar Katai always carried his Latvian passport till 1945, he was still worked as a civil servant in General Council of USSR, and also he was a deputy dean of economics departure at Harbin University. Even though the Soviet administration had power over the Chinese Eastern Railway, but some parts of northern Manchuria was not keen to Soviet government. According to German historian expert on Eastern European history, Erwin Oberlander, in his article, he argues that anti-Bolshevik Russian Fascist Party, aka Russian Fascist Party, was an emerged political movement that adopted Italian fashions as a model for defying the Soviet regime. It rejected the failed strategies of the white movement and saw it in fascism. And going toward the conclusion about the literary section mapping the critics and cultural impact, we can see that Edgar Katai used twice the Japanese system, the Kandei area. This and the university lecturer of University Latte, Edgar Wimpa, highlighted that Edgar Katai's use of Kandei area in his writing mode indicates that he is trying to break down, going against that Soviet era chronicle frameworks, demonstrating that he is not the part of this framework. And to the conclusion of this, and in the 1955, Edgar Katai finally departed to Riga, to Soviet Latvia, and this moment was marked as a tense flag of his journey. In conclusion, I would like to say that this study examines Edgar Katai's memorial under the flags of 10 nations as a work that connects personal life with major historical and cultural changes in the 20th century Manchuria. This memoir used as a metaphor of 10 flags to show how different political regimes shaped Katai's identity and everyday experience. By combining personal memories with historical events, Katai creates a kind of map of his life, helps readers to understand how national identity can change when a person moves across border languages, cultures. His story also reveals how Latvian communities lived abroad and how they kept their cultural roots. Also, His work acts as a virtual bridge between Latvian and China. He achieves by deliberately using, based on his personal historical terms, explaining local customs, portraying the complex of rivalries between the Russians, Chinese and Soviet factions in Harbin. Katai's principled approach to language and context means his contribution expands far beyond translation. He is a cultural interpreter who successfully shifted Latvian literary views on China by directly confronting by line-drawing influence to the Soviet thought. Overall, Under the Flag of 10 Nations plays an important role in Latvian literary reception. It expands the understanding of Latvian life learning, encourages readers to look beyond national borders, and offers new ways to study how identity is formed in multicultural and politically unstable environments. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anastasia, for this analytically rich presentation. Now we have some minutes for questions. If there are no hands raised at the moment, I can open with one question. Do you, Anastasia, consider literary reception in this case to be linear, cyclical, or multi-layered in its temporality?
I think it's considered as a multi-layered because, as I said, first of all, he lived as a Latvian, he lived abroad because at that time his father was pursued. He was by Russian Empire to work abroad in Harbin to build the Chinese Eastern Railway, and being under the different political regimes. Also be influenced by different propagandas, ideologies. It also made his work and his identity more complex and multi-layered, because we can see also that there's a code linguistic switch also in his work preserved. And this was influenced by working and living with multinational, with a multi-nation, like with Chinese, Jews, and everything. It's all clearly seen in his work, and how also he understand how people would react to his. Sorry, I forgot the word. How people would react to his interpretation, his point of view.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have another questions coming? If no, thank you very much once again, Anastasia, for your presentation. And now we will proceed to our next presentation. Our next presentation is by Professor Leons Gabriels Taivāns from the University of Latvia. He will discuss the contrasting eschatological and secular temporalities that shape political worldview in Russia and the West. Professor Taivāns, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my good morning, dear colleagues. So I'm trying now to make how is it seen?
It is seen your open folder, but not presentation yet.
So something is going a little bit wrong.
You can send the presentation to me. I will forward it, and Ilse will open it, and you just say which slide. Slide number 1, slide number 2. So in that way, we will do it as well. So no worries. No.
Okay.
Just send me by email, and I forward to Ilse immediately.
I think it will take more time. Well,
or you can open it on your desktop. Just open on your desktop, and then you see there are 3, let us say, you will see on the top on the page exactly in which part your presentation is, and you click on it. But it's very important that you open it first, no? And then share. If not, no worries, because we are fast actually. We are working. Yeah, coming. Yeah, it's there. Perfect.
So, well, okay. Is it okay, I hope?
Yeah, it's visible.
Very
good. Ladies and gentlemen, my presentation argues that today's conflict between Russia and the West reflects a clash of temporalities. The United States and European Union reason in secular linear time, we know it, oriented toward treaties, deadlines, and rational calculation. Russia, by contrast, frames its politics in eschatological and historical time, invoking sacred destiny, historical rights, and the millenarian community of Slavic brothers. And this chronopolitical incompatibility helps explain why diplomatic bargaining repeatedly fails. The two sides inhabit different temporal frameworks. And all this is for the beginning. So we can see the key questions here. But well, the beginnings of all this story is in medieval political theology and eschatological time. It was Ernest Kontorovich in his book. In his book Two Bodies, he showed that medieval kingship was structured by religiously sanctioned hierarchies and eschatological temporality. So king embodied both a mortal body and then an immortal body politic guaranteeing continuity with divine order. Well, this political legitimacy, thus, was grounded in sacred history and not pragmatic calculation. And this insight is crucial because political order always presuppose a temporal framework. In the Middle Ages, the framework was eschatological, and authority was participation in salvation history. Concerning modern times, the Enlightenment secularized time, and Reinhard Koselleck argued that history was temporalized, no longer moving toward the divine telos, but unfolding linear progress. And E.B. Thompson showed how industrial capitalism imposed time discipline through the mechanic clock, making this time measurable and abstract. They produced Western diplomacy, logic treaties with deadlines, security guarantees, quantified across years, and institutions projecting stability into the future. So here bargaining assumes rational actors in secular linear time. Then when we switch to Russia's messianic temporality, then Russia developed along a different trajectory. The doctrine of Moscow as the third Rome cast the Tsar as the final defender of orthodoxy until the end of time. The idea of Holy Rus united Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus in a sacred geography. So Crimea, for instance, was and is celebrated as the baptismal site of the Prince Vladimir, making his annexation in 2014 not merely strategic but eschatological. And this messianic temporality persists in modern Russia. Soviet Marxism framed the USSR as the vanguard of communism. And vanguard of humanity's ultimate stage, the post-Soviet Russia, for instance, under Putin and Patriarch Kirill, revives Orthodox eschatology, Russia as the defender of Christian civilization against Western secularism. And thus Russia conceives security, and sovereignty, not only in pragmatic terms, but as a matter of sacred destiny. Ukraine is not negotiation. It is not a matter of negotiations. It is constitutive of Russia's eschatological identity. Concerning chronopolitical incompatibility, here lies the core of the diplomatic impasse. This impasse is that the West bargains in linear time, contracts, deadlines, security guarantees. Russia bargains in sacred time. Historical rights, millenarian unity, eschatological continuity. When Western leaders insist on international law and sovereignty, Russia responds with appeals to eternal history. And each side assumes the other as irrational because each inhabits a different temporal register. And chronopolitics, the politics of time, reveals the hidden axis of Soviet of the conflict. Some issues are negotiable in secular time, but in eschatological time they're non-negotiable. And this is why compromise repeatedly fails. Post-colonial and post-modern theory helps clarify this. Homi Bhabha speaks of hybridity and the third space, where multiple cultural logics overlap. Dipesh Chakrabarty, for instance, argues that there is a provincialization of Europe, recognizing that linear progressive time is not universal, but one temporal regime among many. And Chakrabarty argues that European thought has been treated as the universal template for historical understanding, but it's not the case. Historiography often relies on a historicist linear progressive model of time that casts Europe as the normative future of all societies, but that's not the case. So I'm coming to conclusion. The confrontation between Russia and the West is not only geopolitical, but chronopolitical. Each side negotiates within a different conception of time, secular, linear versus eschatological, historical. Ontologies insight into medieval kingship helps us see that political legitimacy is always temporal. So other scholars, Kozolek and Russia's theology demonstrates the endurance of eschatological temporality in modern politics. And recognizing this temporal pluralism does not mean legitimizing Russia's expansionism. But it does mean acknowledging that diplomacy is conducted on different chronopolitical registers. To treat Western secular linear time as universal is to miss the eschatological foundation of Russia's reasoning. Until this is recognized, negotiations will continue to founder not only on interests and values, but on the hidden dimension of politics, the clash of times. So it is only one of the dimensions in relations between Russia and Western countries, including Ukraine. But nevertheless, I think it's one of the very important dimensions which at least partly explains all these calamities which are taking place in the Eastern Europe. Thank you for your attendance. And well, in case there is time, probably there is time for questions also.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this substantive presentation. And we do have time for questions. So please, you're welcome to ask questions, Professor Tae-ho.
You're welcome, Professor Kļaviņš.
Yes, you're welcome.
No, I didn't have a question, but just thanks for very, very interesting presentation, because I was interested in Ernst Kantorowicz myself, and he's writing that King is actually living outside the ordinary time. That's true, and Kantorovic's destiny is very, very, very difficult himself, because as a Jewish, first he joined the Nazis. Yeah, unfortunately, at the very beginning, and he dedicates his book to secret Germany. And then he had to escape to United States, but he was partly supported by German security at that time. And in United States, he was persona non grata. And then they refused him to come back. And his personal experience, there are actually two books. The other one is rewritten in the United States. Which one do you use? The first one, dedicated to secret Germany, which is a little bit more eschatological, or the second one that he wrote in the United States? Just the question, which one is the
well, the second book is, well, I would say so that he's also growing old. And as a person with bigger life experience, then he's making milder the definitions, the coming around the so to say corners in his own theory. So he's in a way he's spoiling his first work by this. So he's becoming more polite, more inclusive, and I dislike, unfortunately, understand the problem here. Yeah, it's about the methodology and the age.
With the swastika on it. I see. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your question, Professor Kļaviņš. I also do have one question. Professor, do you think these religious and political concepts of time can work together, or they are fundamentally too different?
Well, it's this also question about ontologies evolution. Exactly the same. You know, we are living in the we are not absolutely free from the old medieval and so to say religious vision of time. I'm very sorry that you haven't been yesterday. There was Mārča Auziņa, his presentations, very interesting. I saw
it.
And here were I would say great amount of answers to different sort of questions. But we're living in the so-called post-colonial time when the former colonies are becoming subjects of international politics, and they are presenting their own ideas. And so just now we have to live in the very mixed time understanding. On one hand, there is the modern time of enlightenment and modern understanding of it. And in the West, nobody is arguing in the terms of Charles de Man or something like this, or Muhammad. But in the East, and Russia is Eastern country, still is very strong impact of this old traditional, old feudal and sacred Christian Byzantine understanding of time. So it's a mixture of time. But I would like to say that Europeans should understand it. They don't. But Russia should and must understand the Western way of thinking. It is trying to do it, but when the political actions are undertaken, then they are forgetting. They're, in a way, slipping back into the old Russian, this sacred messianic tradition. That's the matter. Russia is a very messianic country.
Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you very much, Professor, once again. And now we will proceed to the next presentation, which will be the last one in this section. And our final presenter is myself. And now I will briefly switch roles and I will present my paper, which I will try to show you. Am I visible?
Yes.
Yes, great. Yeah, everything's clear.
Thank you very much. So it is my honor to participate and to contribute to the discussion on time and transformation of literature. I present the University of Latvia, Faculty of Humanities, and in this study I explore how women writers in the Islamic world construct identity through faith, tradition, and experience of time. I focus on how magical realism becomes a language of resistance and transformation, a way to explore what cannot be said directly in patriarchal societies. My aim today is to show how these narratives move beyond feminism as ideology and instead create a deeper spiritual understanding of selfhood. Let me now outline the main focus of my research and how I approach women's identity beyond the ideas of equality. This research looks beyond the idea of simple gender equalities. If I ask what happens after emancipations when a woman began to search for her deeper inner identity. In many Islamic societies, women's lives are shaped by both Sharia's frameworks and modern feminism thoughts. Between these two forces, identity becomes a consistent negotiation between faith, desire, and freedom. I see literature as both a mirror and a laboratory of this process. Through stories, women experiment with who they are, not only as a social beings, but as a spiritual and intellectual selves. This brings me to central question of my study: how Islamic women's writers rewrite time to construct the self. The central question of my research is this: how do Islamic women writers rewrite time, using it as a tool to challenge patriarchy, to rebuild the idea of self? In these texts, time is not only a background for events, it becomes an active force, a way of resistance, a method of self-reclamation, and even a form of spiritual agency. By changing how time flows in the story, these authors can also change how a woman can exist within it. Through memory, they return what history has taken away: voice, dignity, and continuity. To explore this idea, I combine several theoretical perspectives that connect gender, faith, and power. My theoretical framework brings together four main perspectives. First, feminists, through especially Simone de Beauvoir and Judith Butler, helps to understand identity as something performed, not fixed. A woman becomes who she is through actions, through language, and through how society defines her. Secondly, post-colonial thinkers like Edward Said, Homi Bhabha, and Guthrie Spivak remind us that voice and representations are never neutral. For women in Islamic culture, to speak it already is a political act. Third, Islamic feminism does not reject religion, it represents it. It seeks equality within faith, not outlines it. And finally, magical realism offers a new wave of seeing freedom, not as a rebellion against God, but as an inner awakening within spiritual tradition. Now let me briefly explain the methodology and the structure of my research. My study combines literary analysis with field research. I focus on three key authors: Fatima Mernissi, Sara Suleri, and Raja Alem. Their works shows different cultural contexts, but shares the same question of how woman defines herself through faith and story. In addition, I conducted an empirical study with 600 women from Pakistan and Latvia. It allowed me to compare how religion and cultural tradition shaped identity in very different societies. The method brings together feminist and post-colonial perspectives. It connects symbolic narratives found in literature with real lived experience of the women today. Let me now turn to the first case study, Fatima Mernissi. My first case study focuses on Fatima Mernissi and her work Dreams of Trespass, Tales of a Harem Childhood. The book is written in an autographical myth. It mixes memory, imaginations, and social critique. For Mernissi, the harem is not only a physical space of confinement. It is also a metaphor for the boundaries of women's mind, limits set by religion, family, and tradition. Through magical realism, she turns these walls into mirrors. Every reflection becomes an act of awareness and quiet resistance against patriarchal power. In this way, Mernissi transforms limitations into the space of imaginations, and imaginations into the freedom. The second writer I focus on takes us to the Pakistan, and it is Sara Suleri. My second example is Meatless Day by Sara Suleri. This work is written in fragments. Time is broken, just like the nation itself after independence. Through this fractured structure, Suleri shows how history and memory are both personal and political at the same time. Silence and speech becomes tools of survival. When women cannot speak freely, silence turns into a new kind of language, a language of resistance. Domestic space, the kitchen, family, the body becomes the battlefield of post-colonial identity. Through these intimate scenes, Suleri rewrites history from a woman's inner world. And finally, let's look at the Saudi author, Raja Alem. The third case study focuses on the Saudi Arabian writer Raja Alem and her novel Fatma, a Novel of Arabia. In this story, time flows between myth and modernity. The mystical part and the challenging present exist together, showing how spiritual and social works overlap. Through her vision, the main character transcends both geographically and gender. She moves beyond that is visible into the symbolic journey of awakening. Alem's writing introduced the idea of sacred feminine, a power that does not fight against religion, but transform it within. This sacred feminine becomes a quiet, subservient force, changing traditions through consciousness, not conflict. From these three examples, several analytical insights emerge, especially about the time as a grammar of resistance. In all these works, time becomes the main instrument of resistance. When women break the linear order of time, they also break control. They stop following the patriarchal rhythm and they start creating their own. Non-linear time becomes a kind of female knowledge, an alternative way of understanding reality. It allows women to exist in many moments at once, in memory, in myths, and at the present. This multiplicity given freedom inside constraints. It is not rebellion through noise, but through rhythm. As I say in my study, to disturb time is to awake consciousness. At the same time, my research also reveals a paradox I call the illusion of feminism. In my research, I use this term, the illusion of feminism. It describes the moment when liberation begins to emit the same power it tries to resist. Emancipation becomes a discourse, something we speak about, but not always a real transformation of inner life. The veil is one of the best examples. It can mean devoting and protection, but also control or defense. Its meaning changes with the woman who wears it and with the eyes that look at her. Magical realism explores this performance side of freedom. It shows not every act of rebellion is liberation, and not every sign of obedience is submission. To better understand these symbolic patterns, I also conduct an empirical field study in Pakistan and Latvia. This part of my research is based on an empirical study with the 600 women, 300 from Pakistan and 300 from Latvia. In Pakistan, identity is deeply connected to faith, family, and social order. A woman often defines herself through belonging, devoting, and responsibility. In Latvia, identity is built through autonomy and individuality. Freedom is expressed as personal choice and self-direction. Yet despite these differences, one path unites both words, education. Across cultures, education becomes a bridge towards self-definition. It helps women move from traditional role towards intellectual and creative independence. To conclude, I will summarize what magical realism reveals about transformation and identity. To conclude, magical realism and magical feminism becomes a language of transformation. It creates a space of quiet inner rebellion, where imagination replaces protests and words become acts of freedom. In this text, feminism is reframed through cultural sacredness. It is not a fight against faith, but it searches for authenticity within it. Through literature, women move from illusion to truth, from silence to narrative power. They no longer wait to be spoken for. They speak themselves into being. As I write in my conclusions, through imaginations, women become her own revelation. And with that, thank you very much. Am I on time? Seems perfectly. Because time is something we can shape, not chase. And with that, if anyone has any questions for me, you are welcome to ask. And if you wish to stay in touch with me, please feel free to connect me with on LinkedIn. So you're welcome for questions. Yes, please, Professor Tae-ho.
Yes, and well, you used two interesting terms, sacred feminism and the magical feminism. Well, you know, there is some sort of a sacred feminism. It is one of the trends of modern European feminism, especially in theology. In theological texts, feminist texts, the woman becomes some sort of source of holy mystery and so on with its existence. But when we are looking into the East, I mean especially Southeast Asia, then there is very strong trend about, well, magical feminism. And, well, women are considered the source of magical power. Well, scholarly explanation is connected with childbirth, first of all. Well, but well, when we're speaking about the contemporary notion of woman in transition in between, well, what Eastern and Western cultures, what is dominating? The European understanding of sacred feminism, all in your term is supposing some sort of magical feminism as it is understood in Southeast Asia. What's the balance between these two terms you use?
Thank you very much for your question. I guess it depends where you stand. If you stand like in Europe, you see it from this perspective, but when you stand in East, you see this from that perspective, and that changes the whole like understanding of it.
Well, you're in a very tricky way. You're practically answering with question to the question. Well, okay. Nevertheless, thank you for your answer. Okay. Well, it's nice. Next questions.
Okay, if there are no questions. If there are no questions, so ladies Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, as we conclude section 1 of our conference, second day, the grammar of time, ontologies and practices across cultures, I would like to express my serious gratitude to all 5 presenters for their thoughtful and engaging contribution. In this section, we have traveled across the remarkable wide landscapes of temporal perspective. We began with cycling, morality, and cultural memory in Korean thought. Then we moved into the modern urban anxieties interpreted through cinema. We explored the layered perception of literary text and the complex interplay of eschatological and secular political time. And finally, we examined how questions of religion, tradition, and identity unfold in Islamic feminist literature. Each presenter opened a different window into how culture construct, negotiate, and experience time. Together, they highlighted diversity and sometimes the tension between temporal frameworks that shapes societies, texts, practices, and worldviews. I believe this section has demonstrated just how rich and multi-dimensional the grammar of time can be when examined from multiple disciplinary angles. I would also like to thank our audience for your attention, your questions, and your engagement throughout the session. Your participation is what makes the scholarly dialogue truly meaningful. And with this, I formally conclude our sessions, and I wish you an inspiring continuing the conference and look forward to discussion that will follow in the next panels. Thank you very much.
Our next session is dedicated mostly to Korean problematics, and I guess also our friend Professor Kang is there. I'm very, very grateful to him. He is also a part of the organization committee of the conference, and so please, Susan, you are the head of this section, so floor is yours, and you are the organizer. So I'm just in case something, you call me. I'm like responsible for emergency. I hope that everything goes well. Please.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you for joining us today. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the second section of this conference, the Grammar of Time, Ontologies and Practices Across Cultures. My name once again is Sausana Khashaba. I'm a PhD student and teacher of literary Arabic and Levantine dialect in the University of Latvia, and I will be the moderator for this section. This section will take us through various topics related to time, mainly through the lens of literature, starting with a comparative look into time in cryonic narratives, time in Han Kang's The Vegetarian, folkloric temporality, and its literary manifestations in the Lay of Igor's Host, the clockwork of temporality in the ballad El Enamorado y la Muerte, the relativity of time in the space in the works of Muhammad Fuzuli, and time in the Ottoman Empire between tradition and modernization. Each speaker will have 15 minutes, as in the first section, with about 5 minutes at the end reserved for questions. In an effort to keep with the time segments allocated for each speaker, there will be a timer set, but if necessary, I will write a reminder in the chat when 2 or 3 minutes are remaining from the 20-minute segment. Now, to start our session, I would like to welcome Professor Byung-Yoon Kang, who will be presenting the title Time in Cryonic Narratives, The Perfect Society versus the Door into Summer.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, yeah, can you hear me, right?
Very, very well.
Okay.
안녕하십니까.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, try to share.
If there is a problem with sharing, just send me and no worries. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect,
So
perfect.
can you see something, right? But yeah.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. But yeah, especially I have to thank Dr. Kļaviņš, who is my old mate, and then who had made a great opportunity to meet various scholars, and then great opportunity to listen to interesting presentations, etc. Okay, first of all, I would like to tell you, but the title of my presentation is "The Time in Cryonic Narratives and the Perfect Society versus the Door into Summer." But I'm sure that some of you already know that one of both, or both of both. But anyway, briefly, I would like to explain two work, and then try to compare between two different literary works. Before that, briefly, I have to introduce myself to you. My name is Kang Byung-yoon. Kang is my family name. Byung-yoon is my name. I'm a professor of Korean literature at University of Ljubljana in Slovenia, and head of Korean studies here. And at the same time, not only professor, but also translator and fiction writer. So even I published a few sci-fi fiction, because today's theme is sci-fi. Okay, briefly, I would like to explain the table of contents table. But now, so I already have researched the theme for a few months, but theoretically, I'm finalizing one article on that theme. So I have a clearly kind of table of contents, and then what I would like to describe and kind of express, something like that. So table is very simple: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2 male authors, 2 male kind of main characters, and then 2 work and the theoretical something. But I try to use 2 main theories to research 2 different sci-fi. One of them is Tarko-Subin theory, but Tarko-Subin is one of my favorite theorists in field of sci-fi. And the second thing is, this is not normally to research sci-fi or literature, but I try to use kind of Hofstede kind of cultural dimension theory. Research purpose like that, try to compare between 2 different sci-fi in Korea, in the United States. Maybe it can be a representative of 2 different worlds. I mean, the Eastern world and Western world. And then also focus on kind of motif of cryonic preservation. But this is, as we know, one of the most kind of popular and common concept to make a kind of sci-fi. But I also try to introduce cognitive estrangement and novum, and then those 2 ideas, how we can adapt for 2 different kind of sci-fi from different countries or different world. Okay. First of all, briefly try to explain 2 authors, but I'm sure that most of people here absolutely know the second writer, Robert Heinlein, but one of the most famous kind of sci-fi writer in the world. Even though you didn't remember or you could not remember his name, I'm sure that you already read or watched one of his work, Starship Troopers. But this is very kind of famous film and novel. He published a lot of sci-fi, and then sci-fi is kind of based on military knowledge mainly. But so sometimes we can say he is top 3 important sci-fi writer in the United States. But one of his representative work is The Door into Summer. It was published in 1957. Okay, but this is American sci-fi writer who can be a representative of American or Western sci-fi. And the more important figure today for my presentation is Moon Yun-sung. Moon Yun-sung. Moon is family name, Yun-sung is name, but we can explain him as a pioneer of Korean sci-fi. But yeah, the first writer who published full-length sci-fi in Korean language. But full-length sci-fi means kind of novel, because as maybe probably you know, but in Korea we have a lot of kind of short story, but this is one of Korean literary tradition to publish kind of short stories a lot. But in his case, he published not only sci-fi short story, but also the long story, but full-length sci-fi. But this work is The Perfect Society. It was published in 1967. There we can see two main characters, kind of from Korean one is Woo Sung-gu, and then from American one is Dan, but Dan or something like that. Interesting thing is kind of Woo Sung-gu is already, it contained so special meaning. Sung-gu means kind of pioneer, but so in this story, but this main character, Woo Sung-gu, selected as the best kind of human being in the world. And then he had to be kind of frozen. And then after 161 years, he should kind of revive, reborn, something like that. So first of all, you have to focus on a kind of selected person in Korean fiction. And then 161 years is kind of really long time, right? But in American case, slightly different. This Dan is only 30 years, kind of frozen. But this is his choice with a very private reason. But Woo Sung-gu case, Korean guy case, Korean human case selected to solve some kind of global problems. So we have to keep very kind of best kind of person to be researched or something like that in the future. But then case, he had some problem with kind of his ex-girlfriend, and then he wants to revenge. For that, he decided to be kind of cryonic human. And then he is actually a very rich person, so he went to the special company to be a kind of a cryonic human, and he decided kind of period of frozen time in the 30 years. After that, he tried to find the ex-girlfriend and then to do some sort of revenge. This is very different, right? And then both of them, we can see very clearly kind of cognitive estrangement and then novum. So as we know, everybody is novum is kind of one of the most kind of key terminology or concept to understand sci-fi. Novum is kind of very new things which you could not see in our daily life, like a time machine, or like here is a frozen kind of human being or something like that. And then through the novum, we can feel cognitive estrangement. Cognitive estrangement is kind of two different things. First of all, to understand easily, but second of all, even though we can understand that, but we can feel kind of a strange feeling. So if you can see kind of this frozen human, but we could understand, but at the same time, we cannot see this is daily life. So we can feel, oh, this is something different from our real world. So both of them, we could see clearly novum and cognitive estrangement. But my main tool to analyze, to work is kind of Hofstadt's kind of cultural dimensions, but he is actually businessman and manager of IBM. He had researched different types of people in that company. IBM is global company, and then he realized that there are two different kind of groups in that company. First of all, who is focusing on individualism. Second of all, collectivism, and then different kind of power distance. And then some people try to kind of avoid from the uncertainty. Some people is familiar with overcoming this uncertainty. And then some people would like to make a long-term plan. Some people would like to make a short-term plan or something like that. Some people focus on men, some people focus on kind of female, something like that. So normally, as we could guess, this kind of collectivism is by Asian people. And then kind of long-term plan is by Asian people. And the man-centered society is Asian people. And the individualism by kind of Western people. But this is idea how to deal the company well. But at the same time, I found out maybe we can adopt the theory to analyze differences between Western and Eastern sci-fi. Like this. First of all, kind of you can see from American fiction kind of individualism. As I told you, main character decided to be frozen because of privatism. But perfect society from Korea is kind of focused on kind of collectivism to make a better world. One of us, one of people be selected and then became a frozen human. And then from the perfect society, you can see kind of high power distance, hierarchy system, right? So someone decided kind of you have to be frozen, but then is Woo Sun-gu was selected, and then he became a representative of kind of our society. But into the summer case, but he does not care. Our main character then does not care who decided kind of who can be a kind of frozen or not, because he decided to be a kind of a frozen human by himself. Also, kind of uncertainty avoidance is high in the perfect society, Korean sci-fi, and low in kind of American fiction. Not only that, kind of perfect society, as I told you, after 130 years later, we can say this long-term orientations, but the door into summer, relatively short-term kind of plan or orientations. And then also the Korean sci-fi, you can see a lot of kind of crisis, and then this society is female-centered, but it's kind of ironically, it shows kind of man-centered society, because in that society, mainly people are female, and in the future, 130 years later, but main character, our hero, is female from the kind of the past. But in the door into the summer, less focused kind of anything theoretically, I mean the gender problems. So these cultural dimensions deeply influence the narratives and kind of identity of different to sci-fi in my point of view. So conclusion should be like this kind of. First of all, we have to analyze very well, kind of compare between two different kind of works by Darko Swin's idea. Because if you can find out cognitive estrangement and novum, normally we can say that work is quite well-made sci-fi. But obviously we could see kind of novum and cognitive estrangement from two sci-fi works. And then we try to use kind of Hofstede kind of cultural dimension theory to see differences between two different kind of sci-fi from the Western, from the Eastern. At the same time, try to find out kind of Koreanness, but if we can read very kind of deeply the perfect society, we could see a lot of Koreanness. For instance, kind of hierarchy things or Bali mentality or kind of weism, something like that. It also can be great kind of key element to compare between the Western and the Eastern literature and sci-fi. And then obviously there are a lot of limitations because before my research, hard to find out the similar research. At the same time, the sample is only 2, even though both of them can be a representative of American sci-fi and Korean sci-fi, but we have to find out more similar kind of works to analyze clearly. And then, yeah, in Korea, maybe some of you already knew that, but in Korea, I don't know why, because of society, but recently, sci-fi is very popular. But yeah, relatively less research, especially people who are kind of researching Korean studies in Europe or out of Korea. So I would like to research those kind of things to compare different kind of mentality, different kind of literature genre, and then different kind of ideas, and then using kind of new, how can I say, kind of theoretic background or something like that. So yeah, I will wrap up here, but if you have any questions, but even my research is not finished, but I would like to tell you but what I researched, what I already found out, and then yeah, I will kind of finalize my kind of paper on these two sci-fi stories. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for the very interesting presentation. Especially interesting for me was the differences in the motivations for being frozen between, born from different cultural perspectives and priorities between East and the West. And we have some time for questions now, if there are any.
And just probably not a question, but just a very interesting comparison. I guess the first science fiction was Korean science fiction was at the very beginning of 20th century, I guess, no? Yeah, some kind of travel to Mars or something like that. Tae-ho or something. It's the same time like also Chinese, I think, Kwang-Soo, so also tale of the moon colony. But actually, Latvian science fiction started same time or even a little bit later. It's very interesting because the reception of Jules Verne or whatever in Korea or also in China was actually very fast. Is actually not regarding the time when it started, but different perception. Because I checked, for example, in Latvia, actually later. The first Latvian science fiction could be later than the first Korean or the first modern Korean or first modern Chinese one. But yeah, in a different.
Yeah, I would like to say very briefly about kind of Dr. Kļaviņ's kind of comments, but thank you so much for your kind of explanation. But as you know, but in Soviet Union and China, they have a kind of great sci-fi literature, but frankly, and then Korean sci-fi, yeah, as Kļaviņ's mentioned already, but started in the 20th century, but at the beginning of 20th century, like a kind of almost same time when kind of Japan and even kind of in France, they started kind of sci-fi fiction writing. But we could not create our own, I mean that as a novel. We already at the beginning of 20th centuries, we published short stories. But this is influenced from kind of Western, and then obviously Jules Verne also almost kind of at the beginning of 20s already published in Korean, translated from Japanese into Korean, and then something like that. But the Perfect Society is relatively kind of too late because it was published in 1967. So this is not too far from kind of contemporary situation, contemporary era. Why? Because we thought sci-fi at the beginning of 20s, wow, this is new literature, which we have to read, blah, blah. And then people kind of advertise sci-fi as a children's literature. So serious writer, they didn't want to write kind of sci-fi. Even we made a kind of very interesting terminology. In Korean, 공상 과학 소설. So, okay, 공상 is fantasy. 과학 is sci-fi novel. But we do not use sci-fi as a sci-fi. We thought this is sort of fantasy for kids. So for a long time, but we didn't publish it properly, kind of sci-fi for normal readers or adult reader. But Moon Yun-sung was one of pioneer who published it really seriously sci-fi, but in 1967. But now it's Korean sci-fi is quite good, high quality. But yeah, we have that kind of slightly different history. But yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's my comment. Yeah.
Yeah, if I can just, yes, one question you mentioned frequently, this new generation of sci-fi currently that is very popular. Are there any works you are thinking of specifically, or any authors that are currently writing sci-fi in Korea that would be worth exploring or looking into?
Yeah, normally kind of female writers now very popular, because female writers who studied a lot kind of science, at the same time they have a kind of very sensitive kind of literary, we can say, some talent or whatever. But in my point of view, personally thinking, one of very representative Korean sci-fi writer, or maybe you can say this book, why this book is very kind of symbolic of new sci-fi, Korean sci-fi boom, is the author of this book is Djuna, D-J-U-N-A. But some of book already translated. But I cannot use a pronoun for this writer because I do not know gender. But they started to publish, yeah, in the 21st century. But yeah, he made a kind of first booming of new era of Korean sci-fi. But still, they are kind of actively writing. But yeah, after that, yeah, mostly female writers, Chun Sun-nan, or Kim-Cho is a lot of writers, but very easy to find out. But yeah, but if you would like to start to learn something new sci-fi boom in Korea, I highly recommend Djuna, because very symbolic, and he tried to use a lot of really scientific elements to show Korean society, but like a kind of Western sci-fi. Yeah, but maybe answer was enough.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for asking.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions, and thank you, Professor, for the presentation and the answers. I think we can move on to our next speaker, which will be Ilse Stestere, lecturer and PhD student from the University of Latvia, who will present the title Time in Hankangs, the Vegetarian, a Grammatical and Cultural Perspective.
Yes, thank you so much. I will try to share my presentation in a bit of a different way. Hopefully I can do that. Yeah, but let's just do this. So I will go back to the first slide. So yes, my title is Time in Hankangs, the Vegetarian, Cultural and Grammatical Aspects. And I firstly would like to briefly talk about why I am picking this topic right now, even though, as Salsa introduced me, I'm a PhD student, and my actual topic for my PhD is a bit different. So currently I am in the process of translating this novel. Yeah, so it will be one of the first big translations of a Korean novel into Latvian. And thus, of course, I'm very deeply invested in this story now. Currently, I have finished translating the first part of this novel, so approximately the first part, and I have still 2 more parts to go. And during this process of translation, I've come to realize how I read Korean texts, how I read texts in general, how I perceive them, and how hard it is to put some of the aspects, especially regarding time and in cultural and grammatical aspects, and represent them well in Latvian. Of course, throughout this presentation, there will be some text in Korean. But since I'm speaking in English, I will be using Deborah Smith's English translation, which has also been some controversy about that. But I find her translation very inspiring and interesting. Yeah, so I hope you don't mind. So firstly, what is the significance of the vegetarian? So obviously, I think most of us have at least heard Hangang's name due to the fact that she received the Nobel Prize in Literature last year in December of 2024. Yeah, so she became the first South Korean author to win the Nobel Prize in Literature, which was a big deal. There were discussions on whether she should have received the prize or whether some other people might have been more appropriate, but regardless, she did receive it, and I do find that her works are significant and they are important. So the Nobel Prize Committee explained her win that she received this prize for intense poetic prose that confronts historical traumas and exposes the fragility of human life, which is definitely a big part of it. It's also a big part of the vegetarian and also her other stories, which maybe would have been more appropriate to think about when we're talking about time, especially Sonyeoni Onda, which talks about the Kwang-Soo massacre. Yeah, maybe that would also be interesting to look at. But since my focus is on the vegetarian, that's what I'm going to be looking at. Yeah, so and actually, Hangang is quite well known for the vegetarian because that was the first novel to be translated into English. So looking from the Western perspective, of course, the first work that we come to know from her and which launched her career and got more of her work translated into English and then translated into other languages as well, that is very important, I think. But of course, that is not the only thing that she has done, and it's certainly not the start of her career in South Korea. So what is The Vegetarian? It's a peculiar novel, I would say, certainly because of the fact that it's made up of 3 short stories, actually. So there's 3 parts, and I will talk about briefly about each one. But the main idea throughout the story is there is a woman and how other people perceive her from different relations that they have to her, as there's the husband, there's the sister, there's other family members, there's her sister's husband. Yeah, so there's lots of different points of view, but mainly it's about this one woman who gives up eating meat and does so in a very non-apologetic way. Yeah, she just does it. In Korean society, this, well, at least as it's presented in this novel, it's a big deal. Yeah, so basically throwing out everything and anything that has to do with meat and giving up. Yeah, towards the end of the novel, it seems like she has given up everything, and basically she wants to just become a plant. Yeah, live without any expectations that are placed upon her, just exist, which is also an interesting point of view from regarding time. Yeah, so existing without expectations. And Kang herself says that this entire novel resides in a state of questioning, of staring and defying, waiting for a response. There's questions being posed, but there are no answers. So it also speaks of how there are some things that simply exist and that we have to deal with in everyday life. There's moments of uncomfortableness, violence, and other things that we perceive from reading this novel. We just have to deal with them, and the novel and the narrative moves on. So the structure of the novel, here we can see, I'm mainly going to be talking about the first part, which is from the point of view of the husband of the main character, as I see her as the main character. But there's also other ones, yeah, so the other 2, and you can see the points of views of the people who are narrating those parts of the story, and they're quite different from each other, which also lends from the fact that she wrote these in 3 separate stories and then put them together. So there was a time elapsing between each story, and so it also lends to the fact that the narratives are very different from each other, but still focusing on the same one person, which is, well, her name is only revealed, well, 50 pages in, I think. Yeah, so the main character, Young-hye, she is the wife. Yeah, so most of the time when I'm translating, I have to keep calling her the wife. Sieva. So that is how I think of her, and that is how the narrative is constructed. What I found most interesting were the dream sequences that we see in the first part, when we finally get to step into the wife's point of view, when she is finally allowed to express herself instead of just us looking at her from different points of view. These are these moments of agency that she finally gets, which I found very interesting and also interesting to translate. So briefly, we already heard great presentations talking about the concept of time in Korean culture, so I won't go too deep into it, but as we heard from the first section, it's about cycles, it's about harmony, it's about fitting in, it's about rituals, but also have to remember that there's already different kinds of scientific looks. Yeah, not just philosophical, but scientific approaches to timekeeping in Korean society since at least, well, here we can see two devices from the Joseon dynasty, sundial and a water clock. Yeah, so there's this also that kind of like rhythmical approach, which is also mostly precise. Yeah, depends on how each of these devices worked at a certain time where they were placed and who had access to them, of course. But still, yeah, we can see that there's also this type of look. And I think the previous presenter, Professor Kang, mentioned Pali. Yeah, so I will also want to briefly mention that this is also a part of Korean perception of time, that everything has to move fast. Yeah, so Pali Munwa is the faster culture, which one blogger called the overarching culture of speed and hurry that is present in South Korea, which I, when I was there, the brief times that I've spent there, I definitely felt it. Yeah, so there's this like two moments of this cyclicality, but also rushing towards something or trying to leave something behind, which is also present in this story. Very briefly, I will just show this is one moment when the husband wakes up and first of all, he doesn't notice what is happening because he's like struck by this moment of losing this sense of reality, losing this sense of, yeah, for a moment, he's just like struck by this light that is flowing in through the window. So he's losing sense of reality, but then he looks at the clock on the wall. Yeah, so this moment when he looks at the clock on the wall, he realizes something's amiss. Yeah, so there's two sides immediately, that there's one of this contemplation and then of like not realizing what's happening and then looking at the clock. I'm sure we've also all experienced something like this. And then he rushes up because he's late for work, and this speed, and he has to get through things, and the rest of the narrative after this section is very hurried, and he's like doesn't want to listen or deal with whatever his wife is going through. He just wants to get through it. Yeah, so 지금이 몇 시인데? So basically he's asking his wife, what do you think? What is the time right now? Why aren't you like waking me up and helping me get ready for work, which is expected from her? So the concept of time in Korean grammar, obviously, there's different ways how to express time in Korean. So we have these nouns, we have adverbs, we have related grammar like particles and sentence connectors and sentence endings that all express time. But in literature, the main thing that, well, at least as a reader, as a foreign reader, when I'm reading Korean literature in Korean, the first thing I notice is the past tense. Yeah, so the sentence endings are what catch my eye immediately, and then afterwards I see everything else. Yeah, so the focus on past tense in literature is pretty general, and it's pervasive throughout this novel. Yeah, so we're going to see some brief examples of that. But there's also moments of present tense, and especially in the sections where the wife's point of view is expressed. She is in the present tense in her dreams and expressing herself. Yeah, so we can see this, if it appears, well, that's the past tense. Okay, yeah, so there's some brief examples here of her being in the present, but also talking about the past. This one is more like in the past, but also when she says, so I cannot explain it. It's in the present tense, even though previously she's talking about the past, about not recognizing her face, which seems like something she's seen for the first time.
So this is all from a dream sequence, supposedly. Same thing here. Here in the present tense appears when she's seeing her husband or he's talking to her. Yeah, and there's also paili to paili. She has to hurry because he's yelling at her and she's not doing something right. Yeah, so we see these moments, these flashes of time from her perception that she has to hurry. Yeah, and again, this this final example I want to show is about smaller things that I notice. Yeah, how narrative moves forward even in her dream. Yeah, she talks about 다음날 새벽이었어, next day's dawn. Yeah, it was the next day's dawn, and so there's the next day, but there's also the past in the same sentence. So I have to think about carefully how to construct that. And other things that I've noted here, there's just like moments of time expressed in the narrative. So finally, as a conclusion, yeah, so the true main character of this novel only gets a few moments to show her point of view, and then these dream sequences, which caught my eye, with moments of presence in the present tense, which well, there's a lot of them. Actually, I could have probably included more examples, but they are the most interesting. Time passes irregularly, and it reflects the character's inner turmoil. So there's, from all points of view, there's turmoil, there's violence, there's moments of unease, and general degradation of the mind over time. Yeah, and also Korean culture definitely shines through with the urgency of some of these moments, and then quieter inner contemplations in other moments, and a lot of other things that come through but not connected to time directly. So I think overall, looking at time within a culture and how it reflects in literature and literary devices, this could be explored deeper and further. And I think a vegetarian for Korean side could be an interesting start, but I definitely want to look at other works as well at some point. Thank you for attention. That is all for now.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I will start with a question, which is not so much a question in itself as maybe a reconfirmation of a point you are trying to make regarding the dream sequence in particular.
Yeah.
For a character that wants as a goal to escape all judgment and consequence in life, is this escape into dream space understood as a way to escape from consequence, meaning that the presence of time itself is creating the concept of consequence for the author, and that she's not comfortable speaking her mind unless the time is not existing?
Yes, definitely. I think so. There's this sense that the main character barely speaks. Yeah, this woman, she only answers some questions and basically says, no, I'm not eating meat. I will live as a plant now. Basically, those are the few moments when she expresses herself directly in the narrative. And then we only see her sort of tell her side and like talk about what she's feeling in these dream sequences. So yeah, she is trying to escape perhaps, or yeah, she does not feel like she can say all of these things directly in the main narrative, which we see from the different points of view. But it's also interesting that it's implied that she tells some of these things to the husband, but we never hear it in the actual narrative. It just skips ahead and he's like, oh yeah, I already heard everything she has to say about her dreams. I don't care anymore. So it's interesting.
Thank you so much for the answer. Maybe someone else has another question.
Yeah, I have just a brief question, but first of all,
Yes.
thank you so much for great presentation, which we can see kind of your really great effort to make a kind of better quality of translation of Korean literature. As we know, you use, obviously, you should use kind of Deborah Smith's kind of translation. But at the same time, maybe 10 years ago, we had a big scandal or big problem with this translation, blah, blah, and then Deborah Smith retranslated and then republished it, blah, blah. It's fine, good. My question, there are two possibilities or two kind of direction or two way to make a good kind of translation, but first one is source-oriented translation. I mean, they try to keep the originality or something, original text. Or second thing is target-oriented translation, like a kind of to lead how can I say, comfortably kind of in your country, in Latvia or whatever. What is your strategy? But it sounds stupid question, but I would like to know as a translator.
It is definitely a very relevant question. I'm still grappling, and I will need to talk with the person editing the translation afterwards, because right now my approach is more source related. As a person who studies Korean, as a person who is very directly involved in teaching Korean, my thought is, oh, I want to keep all the little details. I want to show the things that Latvians would find strange, and keep for example, the names of the food, which are very prominent in this novel. I want to keep them, but I still need to talk with the person who will be editing the translation, what is their point of view, and try to discuss maybe how we can incorporate this, whether I will make translation notes or something else, or are we keeping actually just, the not romanized, but transliterated names of the foods, for example. Yeah, so for now, I'm more source-oriented. And I mentioned Deborah Smith just because I sometimes look into her translation to see how she did it, but mainly I'm still focused on the source text, of course.
Yeah. But Deborah Smith at the beginning he tried to make a kind of target-oriented translation. Okay, yes. So 10 years ago it's fine, but in my point of view, now a lot of people are interested in Korean culture and Korean literature. That not must be, but in my point of view, is source-oriented translation also would be great. This is my just kind of comment. Thank you so much for your answer.
Thank you.
And now we can move on to the next presentation from Professor Aziz Agha Najafov, head of the Department of Philology from Karabakh University in Azerbaijan, presenting the relativity of the concepts of time and space in the works of Muhammad Fuzuli.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I will present my lecture in Azerbaijani because my work partner will translate from Azerbaijani to English. Muhammad Fuzuli Azərbaycanın böyük şairlərindəndir. 16-cı əsrdə yaşayıb və Bağdadda doğulub və fəaliyyət göstərib. Onun yaradıcılığı bir çox dünya xalqlarına məlumdur və onun əsərləri uzun müddət deməli dünyanın bütün kitabxanalarında saxlanılır və indi də var. Ona görə də Füzulinin yaradıcılığı hamıda maraq doğurur. Onun haqqında biz də danışmışıq və əsərlərində zaman və məkan məsələsinə toxunmuşuq. Zaman və məkanın nisbiliyi anlayışından söhbət edəcəyik indi. Buyurun, tərcümə edin.
Thank you very much. Do you hear my voice?
Yeah, very well. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. My name is Kenan Asif. Professor Adava said that Fuzuli was born in Baghdad, in today's Iraq, and he also died there in Iraq. Although he's considered to be an Azerbaijani writer and poet, and his works are known all around the world, and his works are universal because he also talks about time and space in his works, and in the world libraries his works are being presented, and his works are even interesting even for today.
Onun yaradıcılığından daha çox hamıya tanış olan Leyli və Məcnun əsəridir sözsüz ki. Eyni zamanda biz onu qəzəlləri ilə tanıyırıq və bu qəzəllərində onu daha çox hamı qəm şairi kimi tanıyır.
So in his works, the most popular of his works is Leyli and Majnun. Of course, there are several writers of Leyli and Majnun, and Fuzuli is one of them. He's popular for this work, and he's also popular for his ghazals.
Onu çox zaman müqayisə edirlər böyük eşqin nümayəndəsi olan Məcnun ilə mən bir beyti oxuyacağam, bundan sonra hamısını ingilis dilində sizə təqdim edəcəyik. Sürdü Məcnun növbətin, indi mənəm rüsvayı eşq. Doğru dedilər, hər zaman bir aşiqin dövranıdır. Yəni burada da o barədə danışır ki, zaman məsələsi nisbidir. Artıq Məcnun bu dünyada yoxdursa, indi zaman mənim zamanımdır.
So, as said before, he's popular for his ghazals, and also he's being compared to Majnun, the greatest lover of all times, we could say. Professor Azdava mentioned a poem, and he will continue now with his presentation, and then I will continue with a translation of his presentation.
Thank you very much. Please.
Okay, so I will be presenting in in English. So Fizuli says the cycle of time are a circle of bewilderment. The causes of the world are dangers and affliction. Do not desire the world, it's better not to do so, for the beginning is greed, and its end is regret. That is, the course of time is like a circle that confuses a person. The events and causes in the world often bring hardships and disaster. Therefore, it is better not to cling to the world or show too much desire for it. For the world begins with greed and usually ends with longing, with remorse. That is why a person sheds tears both when coming into the world and when leaving the earth. Shall I? Yes.
Anyway.
So, according to Fizuli, every person in this worldly life lives with nostalgia for a single place and specific time. The place is the paradise where Adam and Eve lived, and this time is the period before they tasted the forbidden fruit called apple. The poet writes, "Blessed was the time when I was intimate with the sanctuary of union, when I was neither afflicted by calamity nor bound by sorrow. I wandered among the dogs in the expanse of that lane. My palace was the highest paradise, and I was an Adam." In general, according to Fizuli, a person's status in the eyes of others change depending on time and place. So that is changeable according to him. Someone who is a king at one time may be a servant at another. Or someone who is an ordinary person today may become a king in the future. This is not impossible. And someone who holds a very high rank in one place may not be received with the same status in another. The poet illustrates this simple truth through the comparison of two pieces on a chessboard. He notes that although a pawn and a king do not have equal rights on the chessboard, their possibilities of movement are almost the same. Fizuli compares himself to Majnun, the ruler of lovers, and he says, "If Majnun comes before me in time, what does it matter? In the game, the king is not equal to the pawn," he says. That is, Fizuli means that everyone recognizes Majnun as the ruler of lovers, at least in Oriental studies, since Fizuli, in his own time, also experienced the suffering of love. Everyone regards him as equal to Majnun. That is, according to his era, Fizuli can keep pace with Majnun. However, the poet shows humility. He does not consider himself equal to Majnun, although the people consider him to be so. Just a pawn in chess may maneuver and even have possibility of becoming a queen. It is impossible for it to rise to the level of the king. Nevertheless, in another ghazal, the poet, relying on the principles of relativity of time, makes the following confession. Majnun has had his turn, he says. Now I am the disgrace of love, he says. They say rightly, the world always belongs to one lover at a time, he writes. In general, Fizuli believes that the perception of a specific period of time changes depending on the person. While the night may be at a time for some to sleep and rest, for others it is an opportunity to stay awake. How can the heedless understand the state of those with tearful eyes, says Fizuli? Ask of the one awake from night to morning about the sights of the tears of the stars. The poet says that just as the well-fed do not hunger, the shameless cannot know what the eyes that shed tears endure. To understand how beautiful the stars are at night, one must ask not those sleep comfortably in bed, but those who stay awake at night from the hand of grief. According to Fizuli, just as time is relative, so too is place. That is why he says, observe the boundless realm with diligence, pass through this ruined place. This is, observe everything patiently and attentively. Do not act without understanding the value of something according to time and place. There may come a moment when gold, the most precious ruby of all times, and the diamonds are no different from ordinary stones or clay in their worth. Just as for true Sufi, in a state of self-reproach, in a moment of difficulty, the sighs and laments of others become the golden crown of his head, and the tears he sheds become the throne of his rank. Fizuli writes, O Fizuli, I'm the sovereign of the realm of blame. My sighs are crown of gold, my tears are throne of silver, he says. According to Fizuli, although the perception of existence varies according to time and place, its nature is constant and unchanging. For instance, he says, sometimes it strikes the eye, sometimes it lodges in the heart. Whenever there is blood, it will, of course, draw blood. These lines can be understood to mean that the location of the arrow is not important. Whether it strikes the eye or the heart, if its nature is to draw blood, it will ultimately cause bloodshed and harm. This philosophical idea that the poet applies to darts of love cast around the beloved can also be applied to human character. In this case, it can be claimed that a good person, regardless of where they are, brings benefit, whereas a malicious person brings only harm. Sometimes the poet presents something as unusual, revealing that even with a known truth, an unknown matter is hidden, and he justifies this through metaphorical examples. For instance, he says, do not think the sunlight is on the ground. O fates of the heavens, see the sun fallen to the earth as a reflection from the moon-faced one, he writes. Fizuli says that in a dark room, the light coming through the window, which appears to separate the darkness, may be perceived as coming from the sun, but the brightness is actually the radiance reflected from the sun that sees the beauty of the beloved. That is the poet's does not deny the course of the light, but indicates that its original source is hidden. Therefore, the poet comes to the following conclusion. O Fizuli, do not hesitate to step on the path of reliance, he writes. It is certain that you will reach the intended destination of time, he says, he finishes. That is, the poet means that if your goal is to reach to the destination, do not refrain from fully surrendering yourself to God, the supreme creator who is the ruler of time, for God is everywhere and eternal. In other words, both time and place belong to the creator God. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. I was particularly happy to listen to this given my topic in this section. It was really good to see through the works of one of the great Azerbaijani poets, Fuzuli. We get such a perfect example of early Ottoman perception of time, which I will summarize with the quote you used, do not desire the world, which shows the focus on God and the hereafter in the perception of the world and time in general. Now we have some time for questions.
Yes.
Thank you so much, because I know that Professor Azizaga was also head of Institute of Manuscripts.
Yeah.
And in Azerbaijani manuscripts we have, it's very interesting, because Azerbaijan is in the crossroads, and we see also Buddhist monks. We see Islamic and Buddhist in Azerbaijani paintings. And I feel in the Sufi writings there is connection with the concept of Maya, which is the illusion of time in a Buddhism in a way, and Wajd, which is the stage to Tawhid, because is a very strange, and I'm just interesting. Could be there a kind of real contact between two spiritual traditions? Because even Baghdad and Azerbaijan is really at the crossroads. So sorry, because there are many influences. Are there some, or is there some evidence? Because I saw the paintings, yeah. There we see the even Chinese landscape and Islamic. Is Azerbaijani is painted by Azerbaijani master in the 14th century, or Buddhist and Islamic together. Is there some real evidence on a kind of reception of both traditions? This question, because I'm really interested in that.
Thank you very much, Professor Kasparas, and apologies. Could there be contact between, I couldn't get the question fully. Could there be a contact between
Buddhist and Islamic tradition in Azerbaijan? Because even the concept of time as Maya as an illusion, and Wajd, which is also illusion or a stage to Tawhid in a Sufi tradition. Could there be a evidence of certain contact, a real contact between two traditions? Or are there some evidence? I saw in Azerbaijani paintings, but I don't know in the in a spiritual tradition.
Thank you very much. A very beautiful question indeed. I will translate first, and then I will. Yes. So deyir ki mesela çok zengindir, yani bunun Bağdat'ta yaşaması vesaire ve Azerbaycan'ın hem şərqdə hem qərbdə olması bunun yol üzerinde, yol xəritə üzerinde olmasını gösterir, medeniyetler üstünde olmasını gösterir, farklı medeniyetler ve yani bunun olması, burada mesela bu deyir, mən bəzi şəkillər görmüşəm, çizimlər görmüşəm ki, orada sizce deyir ki, Budizmlə İslamın hər hansıda bir əlaqəsi var mıydı və yaxud da Nizami, Fizuli mesela bundan hər hansıda bir xəbəri var mıydı kimi?
Thank you. Deməli, Məhəmməd Füzuli Bağdatda yaşayırdı. Bağdatda və Kərbəla şəhərində yaşayırdı deyə İmam Hüseynin məzarının qoruyucusuydu. Ona görə bütün İslam aləmindən gələn insanlar o şəhəri ziyarət edirdilər.
So I will be translating. He says that Muhammad Fizuli lived in Baghdad and in Karbala, and he was the protector of Imam Hussein's mezariye. He was the protector of Imam Hussein's grave. Please.
Və bilirsiniz ki, Bağdadda ilk şərqdə universitet Bağdadda yaradılıb. Onun da zəngin kitabxanası olub. Füzuli də saraya yaxın şair olduğu üçün bu kitabxanadan istifadə etmək imkan olub.
So he says that in Baghdad there was the first library in East, and since Fizuli was close to the crown or to the rulers, he had access to the library.
Və istər-istəməz Hind vedalarının, sonra Budist cataklarının və eyni zamanda Xristiyan dünya görüşünün Füzuliyə və təkcə Füzuliyə deyil, Sufi ədəbiyyatının güclü təsiri olub.
Yes, it was East, but in the library, possibly he had some connections with Indian manuscripts, Indian stories, with Buddhist stories, because the library had them, possibly. And he says he also had some connections with Christian works in this library.
Və Məhəmməd Füzulinin bir fəlsəfə əsəri var, Mətləül Etiqad. Mətləül Etiqad, yəni etiqadın başlanğıcı, inamın başlanğıcı. O əsərində bütün Yunan filosoflarının məsələyə münasibətini ifadə edərək, sonra onu şərq filosoflarla müqayisə edir və İslam təfəkkürü ilə əlaqələndirir və sonda qərara gəlir ki, bizim hamımızın məqsədi əbədini axtarmaqdır, əbədi isə olan ancaq Allahdır.
So he says that Fizuli has one work called
Mətləül Etiqad.
Mətləül Etiqad, possibly we could translate as the starting of trust, maybe, or belief. And in this work, he talks about even the Greek gods and the Greek mythology and other philosophies. This is a philosophy work. And he comes to a conclusion saying that the purpose of all humanity is that we all believe, so we all believe in God, regardless.
Allah, yəni vahid varlığa, transcendent.
So God is one. So he comes to a conclusion that God in all societies, God is one, and all believe in this creator. The purpose is one God, eternal God.
Zaten sonunda deyir ki, hər nə varsa, o da Allahdır.
And he says, whatever there it is, the end, it is only God and God.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, very Sufi, very Sufi perception. Yeah. Very deep Sufi perception indeed. No. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Çok Sufi fikri var ya.
Thank you so much, Professor. Do we have any other questions? If not, I think we can move on to the next planned presentation, which will be my own. I will quickly share the screen. Is my presentation visible? Maybe not yet.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hello once again. I will briefly reintroduce myself. My name is Sausana Kashaba. I am a PhD student at the University of Latvia, where I also teach Arabic. Currently, for my thesis, I am working with Ottoman religious manuscripts at the National Library of Latvia. But today I will talk about the perception of time in the Ottoman Empire between tradition and modernization. Given the vast and changing territory of the Ottoman Empire and the various religious groups within it that had their own calendars, daily worship practices, and yearly celebrations, this paper will focus on how time was kept and perceived by the state and by individuals living in big cities working in or related to state institutions. This also means taking into account the majority Muslim way of life and its influences on the cultural norms regarding time. First, the Ottoman time and work culture from the European perspective. Traditionally, Ottoman society was labeled as pre-modern for the period before Tanzimat reforms, which happened in the 19th century between 1838 and 1876. 17th and 18th century European travelers were surprised to see Ottomans living slow-paced, unhurried lives, often lounging or smoking pipes. The view of Ottomans in trade was also of the same nature. They did not excel in trade from the European perspective. The merchant would suffice himself with a shop that met his needs and did not pursue further ambitions and expanding ventures. Professor Wischnitzer, who studied the late Ottoman period, states that European travelers often describe the Ottomans as being indifferent of time. This, to a modern European to whom time is always organized and utilized productively in the context of work and profit, was often interpreted as laziness or lack of civilization. However, the difference in cultural perspectives was a significant cause of misconceptions in this regard. In order to understand the Ottoman perception of time, first we must briefly talk about the Ottoman pre-modern understanding of the concept of work, which differs from the European definition. The Ottoman culture did not esteem idleness or laziness as the Europeans perceived. Work was highly valued already in pre-Islamic Turkey, and this continued through traditional Islamic ethics in the Ottoman Empire as well. However, work to the Ottomans was rarely put in contrast with leisure as mutually exclusive notions and had different purpose and significance. For the educated elites in approximately the 17th century, non-laziness did not equate work for profit, but rather spending time in knowledge or charity. From the medieval Islamic perspective, which continued into pre-modern Ottoman period and applied to a much wider portion of the Ottoman population, work was rarely encountered in the context of worldly profit. Based on interpretations of Quranic verses, work signified good deeds and acts of worship, and laziness was associated with non-observance of religious duties such as daily worship practices. Regarding work in the worldly sense, earning one's livelihood was enough. It was sufficient. There was no religious or moral duty to pursue work outside of what met a person's needs, and sometimes excessive ambition in this regard could have negative connotations, as one should strive to put in work in worship and good deeds to secure their hereafter rather than chase and accumulate material wealth. Therefore, lack of ambition in a context of worldly matters was not as condemnable as being lazy in worship and good deeds towards others, such as charity. An example also would mean that if an Ottoman man was sitting under a tree sipping tea with a rosary in his hand, he may appear as idle to a European observer, but to a native, the man appears engaged in the religious practice of remembrance of God and therefore putting in work for his hereafter. Even though the pre-modern era Ottomans did not view themselves as lazy or idle in our understanding of these words, they were characteristically unpunctual. The lack of punctuality had many causes, not only affected by their understanding of work as a concept, but influenced also by their timekeeping system and Islamic daily prayer cycle. Before I explain the traditional Ottoman timekeeping system, here are some examples of how time and schedules were expressed in the 17th, 18th, and mid-19th centuries. Before the mid-18th century, time was rarely referred to by the hour. In the 17th century example, we can see that the hours of the day are not mentioned at all, and time is marked solely by the position of the sun and the time of the daily prayer. In the first 18th century example, while the Hijri date based on the Islamic lunar calendar is written in full, the time is recorded using the prayer times only. In the second example from the late 18th century, we can see that the hours are used, but still in reference to the prayer times. However, in the last example from the mid-19th century, when reforms were already taking place in this regard, the hours and times of day are used without mentioning the prayer times. However, this visibly did not result in punctuality, as time was still approximated, as you can see, at approximately 11 o'clock, at approximately 4 in the morning. So why then was time in the Ottoman Empire approximate? To answer this question, understanding the traditional Ottoman timekeeping system is essential. Originally, the Ottoman hour system traced its origins to the ancient scheme of seasonal or temporal hours, according to which the day and night were each divided into a set of 12 units. The day started at sunset, which was the 12th hour. Nighttime hours were counted from sunset to sunrise, and daytime from sunrise to sunset. Of course, as the length of day and night changed throughout the year, the seasonal hours varied in length accordingly, and also between the day and the night. Exact timekeeping was not unheard of to the Ottomans, as astronomers and muwakkits, or Islamic timekeepers, kept the tables of exact prayer and fasting times, and they were in charge of establishing the exact time of sunset every day. So where matters of worship were concerned, the exact times were always kept, including the sunset prayer time, which marked the start of the end of the day and the start of a new day. But they were traditionally designed on astronomical rather than mechanical measures. Since the Islamic prayer happened 5 times a day, the prayer cycle offered a convenient method for partitioning the day, easy to remember for the majority Muslim population. So it was the prayer cycle rather than the seasonal hours that governed the temporal dimension of social life and regulated the daily activities in the early Ottoman society. Markets, for example, were opened right after the morning prayer and closed right before the afternoon or evening prayer. Similar schedules were kept by state institutions. For example, in the 18th century, the Grand Viziers held a regular council right after the afternoon prayer, which marked its time rather than the exact hour. The prayer cycle was also used to indicate different times of day. For example, Vakti Zuhur, which translates to noontime, would not indicate a specific hour, but rather the interval in which this prayer can be performed. This system was in perfect tune to the daily cycle of activities, to the natural end of the day and coming of the night, and to the Islamic daily cycle of worship, which adhered to the inner logic of the Ottomans. The sunset call to prayer marked the end of the cycle of social life. People withdrew from the public sphere to their homes, got ready for closure that the night brings. The city gates were closed and locked at sunset. The bazaars, the neighborhoods, courtyards, everything was shut down around the same time. However, this closure did not happen all at once immediately at sunset, but sunset was assigned to start ending the day. As the twilight falls, everything slowly closes and shuts down, and then at the call for the evening prayer, which is the last prayer time of the day, it signaled the end of this twilight time and almost a complete evacuation of the streets. So it made perfect sense for people to set the clock for the next day and the new worship cycle with the call for evening prayers. By the 19th century, the seasonal hours were adjusted to make all hours of the day and night equal in length, at least in official use initially. And this system was known as Ghurubi, from Ghurub or sunset, or Ala Turka Sa'at. In theory, this new system could have been very precise as the mean time system that we used. However, since the day still started at sunset, the time of which changed from day to day, there was a need to set all clocks and watches on a daily basis, so every sunset. Human error margins in setting the clocks and forgetfulness to set them on a daily basis quickly created discrepancies between different timepieces. The resulting level of unpunctuality did not present serious difficulties in the beginning, as the general public was used to approximate times, and most governmental and commercial structures also relied on the daily prayer cycle for orientation. So even if the fixed hours were mentioned, they were usually understood with wide margins. Then some issues developed specifically in state institutions. Due to the system being based on the length of the day, there was no strict definition to the start and end of the working day. Its length also varied depending on the season, so office hours had to be redefined every few months, and the working day was shorter in winter and longer in summer. The same problem arose in school schedules and in public transportation timetables. Overall, the 18th century cultural transfer concerning mechanical measuring of time did not bring about a respective change in mentalities in the people. One can notice a very relaxed attitude to arriving to work on time, as in the examples. The first example shows a decree where the Grand Vizier is complaining that most clerks arrive around noon to work. In the second example, the Sultan himself also complained about the same issue and addressed an imperial decree to address the lateness. And decrees of this kind were issued repeatedly in the following years, and still in 1821, Sultan Mahmud II accused the public servants of not showing up to their jobs on time. However, attempts to regulate daily schedules were largely ineffective at the start, as the Alaturka system was not precise, despite being measured in exact hours, combined with the unchanged cultural attitude towards punctuality. The path towards modernity, well, meantime, entered the Ottoman Empire around the middle of the 19th century and was increasingly used in various governmental agencies. However, it was used alongside the Alaturka system. So the systems were used in combination, as there was a resistance from the population against the removal of the traditional timekeeping system, as it was deeply interconnected with their faith, the daily worship cycle, and with the daily natural cycle that they were used to following. The transition to the use of mean time and to a perception of time more in tune with modernity was not an inevitable outcome of modernization or of the increase in the use of mechanical clocks, but rather an ideological choice that reflected the cultural and political agenda promoted by the state. In the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire faced various issues. The empire was in a state of decline. On top of economic hardships the empire was going through, there were military debacles and subsequent territorial losses in the late 1870s. In light of the perceived economic decline, a tendency started rising in the 19th century to blame the empire's decline on the unproductivity of the population. The increasingly anxious state set a goal to encourage people to become economically conscious citizens. The key approach was to implement the solution was to imitate what the Europeans did, which was hard work. Admiration of the West turned into criticism of the Ottoman population habits. Citizens were encouraged to think of the general population and the nation instead of themselves. To achieve this goal, the state employed some anti-laziness narratives, partially drawing from earlier European criticism and also seeking reason for economic and military decline in the people's social and cultural habits, their lack of sense of time and lack of urgency. And their image was often put in contrast with that of the hardworking or time-conscious Westerner. While ethics before the 19th century were concerned with the ideal Muslim who prioritizes his hereafter, in the 19th century, the moral space also became a political space, overlapping with a new set of practices and norms of citizenship and self. The 19th century books addressed their readers not only as morally accountable individuals, but also as members of a nation. Unable to separate the population from their Islamic viewpoint on duty, work, and society, the state sought to redefine these notions using Quranic verses and quotes from the Prophet as backing. In turn, redefining the Ottomans' relaxed way of living as un-Islamic. So the reformists targeted several interconnected issues, first cutting the link between Islamic practices and what they perceived as laziness by claiming that the practices that caused the laziness were originally not Islamic, and establishing a strong connection between industriousness, Islam, and the concept of civic duty. They also opposed beliefs and practices that are identified as handicaps for productivity. This in turn changed the idea that acts of worship are a top-level activity and priority above other kinds of work. Whereas previous work was considered a right and one did not have to work beyond making ends meet, now people were encouraged to live a life beyond surviving with bare necessities, and work was redefined to be considered a religious obligation and duty. Here we can see two examples from 1879 and 1872, where authors use evidence from earlier imams, the Qur'an, the ulama to back their points, and through such methods, religion was made integral to the argument that work is a duty and that only through work can the empire be saved. And such books were also taught in schools, as reformists regarded education especially vital for the modernization of the Ottoman Empire. In 1860, students were also disciplined in punctuality, attendance, and the rules of the workforce that they would join in the near future. In conclusion, although the reforms brought some change to the Ottoman society, it was not sufficient to fully transform the population's perception of time and their cultural habits relating to time before the fall of the empire. The use of mechanical clocks and the mean time had widened considerably by the start of the 20th century, but the Alaturka system was still used in parallel up to the fall of the empire. It was only the beginning of 1926 that the old hour system was finally abolished and universally replaced by the mean time in the newly established Republic of Turkey. The Alaturka system survived a long time in spite of the efforts to replace it, as it was too instinctive, deeply ingrained, and in tune with the Ottoman Islamic worship cycles, with the natural cycles, and with their daily routines. And the durability of the Alaturka system can thus be explained mainly by the integral role it was assigned in the Ottoman Muslim identity, and was only abandoned with the complete disintegration of the Islamic Ottoman Empire. Thank you for your attention. Do we maybe have any questions?
Thank you so much. Great. It's maybe just a question, because Turkey is also, or Ottoman Empire was, regarding the previous presentation, was a country with a certain quite strong Sufi tradition. And did you somewhere, I don't know, in a literature, I really don't know less regarding Ottoman literature, concept of wajd, which is timelessness during the ecstasy, or dhikr and something like that, or is it still present somehow in a modernity, or completely gone in the 18th, 19th century?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I would say initially there wasn't much of a division between Islam and Sufi movements as such. Everything was kind of a part of the whole, and as we know, the Ottoman court also had a lot of Sufi masters and ulamas, calligraphers. They were not really separate from the general Islamic sense, and the distinction maybe came only in the very late Ottoman Empire. But concerning this feeling of ecstasy and wajd, I think it was more particular to initiated Sufi practitioners, and not so much to the general population or to people working in state institutions, as these notions were considered a little bit special to the initiated, and maybe not always recorded or shared with the general population. So maybe that's why we don't see their direct influence on the everyday person, or the shopkeeper, or a vizier, or so on. Yeah, that would be my answer.
Yeah, no, it seems to be also even regarding Jewish messianism, or Sabbatai Atzui, and so on, and the relations. But, another question. Thank you. Arne Siliņš question. No, it's from Arne Siliņš.
Thank you so much for very, very comprehensive look into Ottoman Empire. But can you say, please, a few words about what was the cultural legacy of time perception from pre-Islamic cultural landscapes into this new social structures of Ottoman Empire? So what would be the bridges from pre-Islamic cultural activities? So do you have some saying about that?
Thank you for the question. I cannot speak on pre-Islamic Ottoman, pre-Islamic Turkey from a place of deep knowledge, as I usually work specifically with Ottoman Empire texts, manuscripts, and so on. However, I feel like this, a large part of the relaxed attitude to time is not only drawn from religion itself, but it is characteristic to a lot of places with similar climates, which can be observed also in places that have not really been touched by Islam. But there is a general relaxedness and lack of hurry, perhaps due to not having to worry about getting all your work ready for winter. You're not worried about starving for winter, since something or other is growing at any point of the year. But the attitude of time to work specifically, work was valued. However, I'm not exactly sure what the definition of work was in pre-Islamic context, but it might have perhaps just changed in the Islamic Ottoman context, but it was equally valued as such. So it wasn't perceived as lack of ambition during the Ottoman times, simply because the definition of work was more oriented towards worship. However, I cannot really speak for the pre-Ottoman times or their definition of work in exact terms. Okay, I hope that answered the question to some degree.
Thank you. Yes. You draw a border. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Any other questions for now? Okay. I do not see that Mr. Cervera has joined us, so I think that there will be no more presentations in this section. Okay, so I think we can conclude the section for now. To conclude this section, I would like to thank everyone again, all the speakers for their valuable contributions, as well as the listeners for being present and listening, and for the interesting questions and discussions. I think the next section would start at 2:30 Latvian time, so we can take a slightly extended break until that time and then reconvene for this third section of this conference, and that will be
2:30 or 2?
2:30 Latvian time. If I'm
we moved half an hour, yeah, a little bit further, 2:30. Okay, yeah.
One, two, three, four speakers. Then each speaker, you have kind of 15 minutes for presentation, and there might be 5 minutes for Q&A session. So first, our speaker from Latvia is, as I mentioned already, Alexandru Simons. Yeah, he is currently working at Beijing International Studies University. His presentation title is Photography in China as a Documentary of History on Approach of Visual Ethnography, 1942 to 1960. So, yeah, Alex, the mic is yours.
Thank you. Let me share the screen. Right. Can you see my PPT?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So let me begin with my presentation. First, I would like to thank you for having the chance to participate in this conference. And so I would like to start with a really interesting thing that hasn't been done much in Chinese studies, which is photography. So when the first photography appeared, it was 1839 by Louis Daguerre, and it was called daguerreotypes. But however, in 1842, it already arrived in China, and in 1444, the first surviving daguerreotypes were taken by Jules Thiers in 1844 in Macau and Guangzhou. So basically, the daguerreotypes were silver plates covered with chemical substances and exposed to light. This is how they gained the visual picture on them. So, with the appearance of daguerreotypes, you can say that China entered a new phase where photography became more and more popular. So, from then, 1844 until 1860, amateur professional photographers went to China and even established some temporary studios in newly opened 3D ports such as Guangzhou, Shanghai, and Tianjin. And in this presentation, I would like to mention two important photographers, Milton Miller from America and Felice Beato from England. First one, the Beato what is important about Felice Beato, he was the first international photojournalist in China. So basically, he documented the very end of Second Opium War and the foreign incursion into Beijing, and even documented the destruction of Yuanmingyuan. And Milton Miller is best known for his portraits of Chinese officials, businessmen, and women. So in this presentation, I would like to begin with Milton Miller. Before that, we cannot forget that Zhou Boqi was the first actual Chinese scientist who, from Qing Dynasty, from Guangdong province, he devoted his entire life to research, also optics, astronomy, and mathematics. However, his biggest achievement was his manuscript of Chronicle of the photographic apparatus. and he actually practiced photography himself. And however, photography did not really spread quickly. Why? Because at the time Chinese were really superstitious people, and they believed that taking a photo of someone means that his or her soul would be taken away from them. So, or at least it would damage one's lifespan. So, as I mentioned before, I would like to begin with Milton Miller, which is the best known for his portraits of Chinese officials, businessmen, and women. However, one interesting thing is that he actually didn't really pioneer photography. He borrowed a lot of elements from the Chinese themselves, actually. So I'd like to mention some of them. So he actually borrowed some elements from the Chinese ancestral portraits. So why did he do that? So to show one's full body, and while people hold their most precious memorabilia, such as necklaces, and also his photography style could be described by symmetrical placement of feet and the use of footstool. The portrait actually practically takes up all the space, and which you can see, you can say identically copied the ancestral portrait style in his photos as well. However, during that time, these photographies were to a large extent were rather not genuine, because many of them were exported abroad just for monetary gain. So to show you an example here, this photo is titled A Tartar General. However, there are some questions about these photos. So the first one is the bird insignia, so that you can see here in the middle. So it's a pheasant crane, so it's a 5th degree of official. So it is a design. It means that he's a 5th degree official, so a high ranking individual at that. But at the same time, he's wearing a bufu, an official surcoat, so which doesn't really go together. So according to the Chinese dressing code, especially for the officials, it is very important to stick to the dress code. You cannot really mix two different elements that are formal and rather informal. So that is one thing that you have to be aware of. And if we look at the clothes here a bit closely, so this is one man, if you look at his face and the clothes, right? And if we look at another one, it's a completely different man, but with the same clothes, with the same necklace, right? With the same hat. So what does it mean? These pictures, these photos included clothes and all the accessories, hats and overcoats, just for the photogenic, for the photographic aesthetics and nothing else. So people think that, many people think maybe these photos are genuine, genuine photos of actual government officials, but still the question remains. What about a woman? What about the females? So it's the same. So for females, the insignia here and official clothing should be only worn during the ceremonial occasions. So going out for a simple photo shoot would not be really a thing to do. And same about the insignia. So if you look closer here, the insignia here is different. So note that is the same woman. And this is another woman. I mean, this is the same woman, but wearing another type of clothing with a different insignia. So it also proves that these photos were staged in a way. And another important thing that in these photos, so wife of the Tartar general of Guangdong is not really true, because during the Qing dynasty, the ruling government were the Manchus, an ethnic minority. But in here, you can see that many of the people in the photo wear Han clothing. So if they were government officials representing the Qing dynasty Manchu court, many of them wear Han clothing. So another important fact that you also have to be aware when you look at these photos, you can distinguish these features by looking at their clothes, insignias, and well, different kind of elements. And there was another important photographer, John Thompson from Scotland. He created this caricature and published it in the British Journal of Photography, and he used it as a kind of ridicule to show how the Chinese were considered odd when they took their photos. So what he wrote in the article that he published along the caricature is that, well, Chinese in their photos have full body frontal view, look straight into the camera, sits next to the side table, holds their favorite object, fan or a snuff bottle, or displays long fingernails. So from all these photos, we can see that, well, at the time the photo was when it arrived to China, well, it served also as a it didn't really necessarily serve as an authentic source for taking pictures of maybe high government officials, because, well, a lot of it was staged. So the main takeaways from Miller's photos were that the officials' clothing was only used as a prop, so inconsistencies of ornaments, styles, and insignias. And well, look, the photos were also taken in the same location. So if you look at the carpet pattern, right, the same diamond pattern in every single photo, right? So here the same. So basically, it was a photo studio for the wealthy to come and take pictures. Right, so to not to lose so much time, I would like to move on to the second photographer, which was and still is important. So, which is the documentary photography by Felice Beato. So he lived in China in India for 3 years, 3.5 years, and created 301 views and 243 pictures in total. So his China series, you can say it was a narrative exploration. So the China series includes 2 sub-series, from Hong Kong to Beijing and from Beijing to Guangdong. And and these groups of photographs include 5, well, subgroups. So the build-up of the military expeditionary army, then the architecture, the northbound expedition of the Allied forces from Hong Kong to Beijing, and views of Beijing after the Allied forces had invaded the Beijing in October 1860, and portraits of British and Chinese officials. Right, so to talk about his architectural photos, so he took a lot of architectural photos in Guangzhou and also in Beijing after the incursion. So he divided his attention between photographing China and documenting foreign invasion. So let me show you an example. So here is a government building, but here, as you can see, there are the British invaders here. So why did he take this picture? From one perspective is that, well, he could admire the architectural beauty of Chinese architecture, but he, at the same time, he could be showing the, the power of British hegemony, right? So, it had two meanings. So a lot of people were also, he was selling also a lot of pictures to wealthy customers abroad, Britain, France. Right. And I would like to do a narrative of his battlefield photography. So, so on April 1860, the Opium War entered a new phase. And during the next 4 months, Beato was a member of the British Expedition Army, so he followed everywhere they went. So even until the Beijing, the Chinese capital. So during June 24, 1859, the Senghengshen defended against Admiral James Hope to force his way through the Chinese defense line. So he defended his successful defense by drowning 4 British ships and caused a really great uproar at that point. So what they did was he started his narrative from March 1860, when the Allied forces gathered their ships in Hong Kong, and this picture includes all the ships taken from the Happy Valley, the highest point at that point. And then they started their northbound expedition to, if you can, towards Beijing. So Beato used these images to create a narrative sequence starting from the occupation of Tanggu and ending with the capture of Dagu. And let me show you an example. So to enter the capital had to break through the Dagu fort, which is here. So they started their conquest. Well, this central objective was to take over the Dagu fort and then force their way into Tianjin and then Beijing. So on August 1, 1860, 4,000 troops landed at the town of Beitang and seized 2 nearby forts. And he also documented this incursion, so Fort 1 and Fort 2. So here you can see that after a day of fighting, the fort was surrendered on the 2nd of August, 1860. So here as well, you can see the British imperial flag that the fort was taken by the British Army. And later, he also documented all the war casualties from the Chinese side with also the wooden guns, the cannons. And later he documented the interior of the Beitang fort, and so it was from August 5 to 9. So as we can see, there are tents of the British Army. So right, and while being there in the Baytown Fort from August 2 to 12, he also took a picture of also their armaments and guns. However, in August 12, they moved on with their campaign, and they conquered the Tangu, so which was not far from the Dagu fort. So it was a small town near Dagu. However, there were no photographs present when the Tangu fort, when the Tangu town was invaded. So on August 21, the forces launched a fierce attack on Dagu, concentrating on the inner north fort. So this is where it gets interesting when he documents that from the beginning, how the Dagu fort was taken. So this is the picture of the interior of the second north fort, which was surrendered after 10 hours of fighting. And here he
Mr.
saw,
Simmons, Mr. Simmons, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but you already spent a lot of time. It's 5 minutes more, so make some conclusion or wrap up, please. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hello.
Oh, all right. So I was about to finish that one. Yes. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah. It's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Problem?
Very well. No problem at all. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. So I can. How long do I still have left?
Yeah, you
2
don't
minutes
have any
maybe?
time. I
Okay?
already kind of shows timer. You
all right.
already spent time 5 minutes more, but even no time to Q&A. So just wrap up conclusion. Do you understand? But you spent 20 minutes.
So let's wrap up. So right. So these yes. Right. So I'm gonna wrap up. Right. I'm very sorry for that. So right. So basically saying he was the first war photographer that documented the actual war in China, and I think it's definitely a very important point, not just to pay attention to written sources, but also to photographic sources, both from personal and also from the historical level. So I do apologize for having taken so much of your time, and I hope that didn't really cause so much trouble. So thank you once again.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Simmons, for very interesting kind of presentation. But actually, I also have many questions. But yeah, because of time limitation, maybe one of you can ask quickly, and then later, if we have time, but we can discuss a little bit longer. But right now, maybe one questions if you have.
No, if there is no question, just probably just a comment. Time is for him probably not linear, but a physical procedure, exposure, optics, recording. Actually, what the scientists are doing even in physics. Thank you for the presentation so much. Yeah, as moderator told, I can deliver your email, and everybody can ask in a chat box or email as a so let us say as moderator says. The next.
Yeah, even but in this section, but after all presentation, maybe we can ask, Mr. Simmons. Okay. By the way, thank you so much for your understanding. And the second speaker is from Slovenia, Eva Bučković. She is teacher of Korean language and culture and PhD candidate, but today is her presentation title is Webtoons and the Spirit of Their Time. It's basically about Webtoon, and then, yeah, mic is yours, Eva.
Okay, can you hear me, and can you see the PPT?
Yeah, everything is visible. Perfect.
Okay, great. So I'm Eva Vučković. I'm from the University of Ljubljana, and I'm doing my PhD there. My topic of today, and also my topic of PhD research, is about Webtoons. So I will talk about Webtoons and the spirit of their time. Especially, I would like to focus on like social dimensions of one particular work. It's Yoon Tae-ho's Miseng. So first, I would just like to briefly tell about Webtoon and its characteristics. So Webtoon is a Konglish combined word combining website and cartoon, and it began to develop in Korea at the end of 1990s or in the early 2000s, together with the development of new technologies. So few characteristics of Webtoons are that Webtoon is a multi-semiotic text, which means that the message is transferred through written words and also through drawings. And nowadays, more and more Webtoon artists are including special effects, so meaning some phone vibration or some special sound effects or music incorporated in the Webtoon episodes. So it developed in digital environment, which means that a very big role had Webtoon platforms. Today's mostly known Webtoon platforms are Naver Webtoon and Kakao Webtoon. So Webtoon platforms help to develop Webtoons, but at the same time, they also keep the power over Webtoons because they can make some Webtoons more visible than other. Webtoons come in various genres, so drama, horror, comedy, slice of life, and so on, and also different drawing styles, which means that every reader could basically find something that they like and they could choose, and then they would get also suggestions depending on what kind of Webtoons they read. So the production is very quick and inexpensive, especially if we compare it to a movie or movie dramas. I mean, television dramas. Webtoon can be made in a few hours and also uploaded right away. And that's why it's very important for web. I mean, this is very interesting aspect because they are quickly produced and they quickly can find their followers, and it means that they are really can be really true reflection of their times, because a lot of time artists are responding to something that is happening in their environment, so they can also become a sort of like critical voice of their time. And this is also the example of the Webtoon that I'm working on. And the last one is the interactivity. So interactivity of Webtoon here, I mean that Webtoon artists and their readers can interact. So artists communicate through their stories and also through the comment section, and readers react with pressing likes or making comments. And also readers can communicate among each other, so reader-to-reader communication, which means like through comment section especially, and this means that Webtoons provide space for their interaction, and readers become more active participants in the formation of Webtoons. Sometimes they can even influence the story, because normally the storyline of certain Webtoon is not decided in advance, but artists can always follow their reader opinions and even change something in the further episodes. So it means that readers have a role also of making a Webtoon more visible through their reaction. Okay, and my case study was Miseng, as I already mentioned. So the artist is Yoon Tae-ho. It was published on platform Talm, which is today known as Kakao Webtoon. And first season was published from 2012 to 2013, and the second season was published from 2015 till 2024. And it reached 1.24 billion of views, which it made this webtoon one of the representative webtoons in this era, so in 2010. Beginning of 2010. So the story unfolds in a large trading company, One International, and main character is Jankare. He was actually a paduk player and wanted to become a professional paduk player, but he failed. And he got a chance to be an intern and later a contract worker in this big trading company, One International. So he works in sales team 3 together with his 2 superiors, and they are mostly working on the development of new products that the company could sell to its clients. So this is a very short summary of the whole story. So my research question is how readers react to this webtoon and which episodes receive the highest number of comments, and then what do readers actually comment about. So for today's presentation, I wanted to focus on the first season, which was published in the early 2010s. It had 145 episodes or moves, as the author entitled the episodes. So here you can see a graph, and there are 2 lines. So the blue line is a number of comments, and then the orange line represents number of best comments. So best comments are, they have a specific meaning because it means that they received most likes, and also usually they have the most replies. So if a comment has likes or replies, it means that other readers read it. So that's why there is more meaning in these best comments. So for my analysis for my PhD, I was checking all the most commented episodes. I chose around 15 most commented episodes, and this meant that each episode had over 1,200 comments. But for this presentation, actually, I just wanted to focus on this part here. You can see that number of best comments is actually very low, normally around maybe from 40 to 80 comments. It depends on the episodes, but one particular episode really stood out. This is episode 121. So that's the episode that I wanted to talk about it. About this reaction, why it had so much comments. And so the storyline, I realized that also connect with this episode, which represents the first peak in the comment section. It's like the episode 21. Sorry. So how I was analyzing these comments. So yes, I did also a quantitative analyzing with topic modeling, but it would take too much time to explain about it, so I skipped that for today. And then after this quantitative analysis, I also did the qualitative analysis of all best comments, and then also 10% of all other comments which were selected randomly. So episode 22nd and 121st, they portray a working mother in a position of deputy head at One International and her daily struggles balancing work and motherhood. So this character is not a character that would be included in every episode. There are actually only 4 episodes that this character is included. That's why it's very interesting that particularly this episode has got more comments than others. So in the comment section, under both episodes, it was revealed the reader's awareness of gender inequality. that was, yeah, so it was in 2010, and then yeah, the situation of today, we could compare it at the end. So the reader responses about gender inequality, the comments reveal several recurring themes. So first one was emotional reflections from working parents and also from children that were raised in a dual income household. So many readers expressed guilt for not spending enough time with their children and shared their stories of being exhausted or sacrificing or regretting that they could not, due to the work they had less time to spend with their children, who suddenly became grown-ups even without them observing their development. And then second topic that was very common in this comment section was unequal distribution of domestic labor. So commenters frequently criticize how women are expected to juggle childcare and housework, even when both spouses work full-time. So the idea that men help rather than share domestic duties was strongly challenged in the comment section. The third one, we could see some social expectations and double standards of like Korean society. So women were reporting pressures from their in-laws or discrimination at work and a limited ability to return to workforce after childbirth. So they described how society sort of normalizes women's sacrifice, but views men's domestic involvement as optional. Some commenters were seeing this from a broader culture and political critique. So they connected the issue to the structural problems, to long working hours and rigid corporate culture, insufficient child care support, and ineffective government policies. And then the last one were the voice of the young readers who expressed their fear of repeating their mother's experience and who were expressing their thoughts about like maybe not getting married in future and not raise children. So this could represent this 4B generation or 3B generation that was later on also the media a lot talked about it about Korean society. So my conclusion in this presentation, I aim to demonstrate that the comment sections of Webtoon Miseng function as important space of social reflection. And because Webtoon was published in 2012 and 13, the comments also offer a snapshot of how readers understood and experienced social struggles at that particular moment. And through analyzing these comments, I wanted to highlight how readers use the Webtoon to express personal struggles with gender inequality, family responsibilities, and structural issues in Korean societies. And this temporal dimension allows us to observe how these concerns were articulated more than a decade ago, and to compare them with how such issues are discussed today. So in this way, Webtoon, or here in this case, Miseng, serves not only as an entertainment, but as a platform for collective emotional processing and social critique, as well as a valuable record of the social atmosphere of its time. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Eva 선생님, is for interesting presentation on the analysis of kind of Webtoon 댓글. So you try to find out kind of meaning of 댓글, not only just kind of as opinion, as a kind of collective emotion after reading kind of modern classic Webtoon Miseng. So yeah, if anyone has a question or comment, we have 5 minutes. It's quite much time.
Is just a question because there is a Korean drama and at the same time. and I watched the whole drama. And actually, I was so impressed, and I would even say that the understanding of time, the ecstasy of uselessness, and the famous Korean actor that is playing the boss, and the boss is much more impressive than missing himself. It reminds me a little bit parallels with Zorba the Greek, even, yeah, is a kind of, because the famous Chinese game Wei Qi, that in Korea is Badok and Go game, actually is a background of a complete like surviving with the uselessness and understanding the moment. It's actually the movie is about time. It's pedagogy. Is there some connection between the movie and the webtoon? Because I don't know. I didn't know anything about webtoon, but movie was absolutely fantastic. I watched it twice, and the whole movie, all that is.
If there is connection of webtoon and this television drama.
Or
Yes,
the
of course.
people are watching drama and then checking the webtoon or how they did it.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe you know, but webtoon is sort of now the main thing for transmedia storytelling. So a lot of television dramas are now made on basic stories of webtoon, and Misen was one of the first one also that was made in this sense. So I also I also had to watch the drama. And of course the basic story is same, but then the portrayal or the things that they wanted to emphasize is a little bit different. So every character portrayal is a little bit different. So this boss is portrayed in drama much more hot-tempered than he is actually in the real webtoon. And there are also some parts of drama that are not included in webtoon because they want to, for example, emphasize even this working condition of women was a little bit more emphasized, and then how the business are made in Korea, so that they need to go to norebang or to some a bit weird clubs or something to make business deals done. But regarding this like webtoon readers or drama fans, I can say that there is a fandom that was established after the drama. So actually the fandom is not really a fandom of readers, but a fandom of drama watching people. So it's a little bit different to compare comments under the webtoon section or like these fandom pages and the comments on the fandom page. They more focus on the actors and also their private lives than actual story.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for answer. But as you know, you can watch it Misen TV show on Netflix. So, any more questions? No. Yeah. So then we move to next kind of speaker.
There is.
Oh yeah, there is.
Okay,
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yes, sorry, very quickly. You skipped over the quantitative analysis, right?
Yes.
Yeah, can you very briefly tell what you did
How
there?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so actually I did the I used the topic modeling method, which was done with the program Python. I put the comments in this program, and then the program gave me out words that are frequently used together in the same comment. And then when I got some kind of words, so for example, I don't know, in Korean, I mean, it was in Korean, but for example, woman is not, I mean, woman is not only woman, but also mother. So I could guess based on these words, I could guess a little bit quickly, like how to, I mean, why I did this is because I wanted to analyze in certain order, so I could combine which episodes, for example, I should analyze together. So if there were a lot of words that were about, I don't know, a contract worker or a female situation or something like that, then this would come into the social dimension of webtoon. And then if there were comments about this is the best webtoon or something like that, this was more like appreciation. And if there were comments about I cried and I don't know, I was happy or something, these were comments about the feelings or emotional resonance. So this quantitative analysis actually helped me to group together episodes and comments so that it was easier later on for the qualitative analysis when I actually read through the comments and then analyzed them.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's very important to combine two approaches, and then it's much easier. Yeah, afterwards. Right. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Any more comments? No. Then yeah. Presentation is Sergei Ankupos. Yeah, she is a researcher at the University of Latvia. So today's presentation title is Indian classic music forms as a reflection of three aspects of time, perception, and comprehension. It's about Indian music, but yeah. Okay, thank you so much for your understanding. And then now we are waiting for your presentation. Yeah, Sergei, please, mic is yours.
So, my presentation?
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent, excellent.
For his presentation, everything is very good.
It's fine, yeah? Okay, then I will put like this. So, I will start just a little bit about one word about myself. I'm in Indian classical music now for 44 years, studying, performing, composing, and I'm part of a very famous tradition, which is Senior Bangar Karana, and I'm student of Ustad Amjad Ali Khan. And my presentation will be in several parts, but at the end, I will give also the live demonstration. But before, I would like to have to give some context about what I mean before we talk about the forms of music in connection to particular kinds or understanding how we understand the time. And the context is that so normally from the childhood we see time as a I have to, okay, I don't control my time, but if somebody then could help me, okay, or it is here, yeah, it's here, fine, perfect. So, and that was very big surprise for me when I was young, that I wrote in Bhagavata Purana that the time actually, Lord itself declares that I am a time. And I'm a great destroyer of all worlds. Because the Sanskrit word kala means both time and death. And for me, when as a young boy, it was very, very strange how time could be the god. Very strange. But that is important, that these aspects of time, all of us, we have watch on our hands or in the phone, but this aspect is chronos, or linear time. There's time which consists of past, present, and future, but another kind of time or another category of time is eternal time. And this is ion in the Greek thought. And the translation of this word is eternity, timelessness, life itself, forever. So as I understand, today, several people are talking about time as a cyclical time and linear time. There's different understanding. Because of that, I will shorten all my speech on that. What I would like to say that the time begins together with space-time. The time begins only when any change occurs. And Again, I will not go to the very big details, but it is important that both of ancient Indian thought and modern science nowadays are getting closer and closer in understanding. For example, in Yoga Sutras, and Sankhya says that there are two Purusha in Prakriti. Normally we translate Purusha as a soul or self or consciousness, but this is with the qualities eternal knowledge, eternal time, eternal love. And Prakriti is usually it is translated by the words like nature or matter or something like this. And the system says that the time occurs only when three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas, start to move. And this is some kind of interplay of one who sees the field and field himself. The time or space-time arrives only in that moment. And that is one special quality of this eternal time, which is important to Indian classical music, to some special forms I will explain later. And why Donald David Hoffman is here at the bottom corner, right bottom corner, because his theory of conscious agents is very, very close to the idea of Purusha and Prakriti, where the Purusha, of course, is something which is primarily getting closer to the music. Linear time and cyclical time, they are very, very big difference because of that. So this is the understanding that these are two different, actually understanding belongs to two different paradigms. One is Cartesian, which is stimulus reaction, like eternal chain of stimuluses and reaction. And this is usually it's a base for the science itself. And Aristotelian or proactive versus reactive paradigm says that actually it is the reverse. That at the very beginning you have your goals or something you imagine to be the future, then you change your behavior. So cyclical time belongs to this latter proactive paradigm because you have the main idea is not the series of events one by one, but the cycle where the most important point is the beginning of cycle is or the end of cycle where you have to come. This is like goal you should reach. And now, therefore, after this introduction, so we can see that we have three different natures of time or three different categories of time. One is linear, another is cyclic, but third one is eternal or free time, So, and this belongs to the concept which is anahata nada. Ahata nada and anahata nada. Nada is a sound, and anahata nada is sound which is not manifested, sound which is not outer sound. It's inner sound, it exists, but it is not stroked sound. And but this is in music, it's still very important concept. And why there's some heart there? Because word heart seems to be have the same roots as anahata, heart. It's interesting, it's surprising. But please remember there's three different aspects of time. And if we speak about Indian classical music, then what we have different forms which absolutely correspond or I would say better word, embody this three different concepts of time. Special form, the name is alapa. Sometimes alap or alapana or raga alapana. There are many names, but the idea is the same. Belongs to the group of classical music forms under one category, and this category is anibaddha. Anibaddha means not bounded, not tied to something. This is the reason why I named this eternal time, timelessness, timeless time, or free time. And this is a part of non-manifested in space-time as a form. The second one is linear. So linear time, their forms belong to nibbadha. That means that they are bounded to something. The forms are different, like nom-tom in Drupad style or jor in instrumental music. But the main thing is that this is, I tried to make this drawing by myself, sorry about the quality, but you see that this is a meter. This is the pulsation. It's actually simple. It's like, imagine the sound of metronome or any kind of pulsation. This is the realization or embodiment of linear time. And cyclical time is again very, very different. The name of it actually bandish, which means it's something being bent together, or gat, from the word Sanskrit word gati, which means movement or motion or destination. Could be English word get, close to that. But so one side is unlimited, another side is limited. In the between is linear, which is partly limited or partly bound. So, and these three categories of time, or three kinds how we understand, how we perceive time, how we comprehend time. So they exist in Indian classical music, and they are special forms of music, let's say, responsible or which correspond exactly to the specific category of time. But, and this is very different world than our Western understanding. You see, in Western classical music, we have score and we have everything fixed. Time signature, tempo, even beat BPM, this is beats per minute. That means there are some particular time speed of how time flows, which is fixed. What was previous, I was telling about three different concepts which are at the same time. What is more, I would not like to, okay, just 3 minutes. I will try to run a little bit faster. What is more complicated, that in Indian classical music ensemble, we have three different roles, which is a tone accompaniment with tabla or rhythmical cycles, and main voice or instruments. And each of these lines have their own three layers of this different kind of time. So let's now move to the examples. So, do you hear something? Yes. Yeah. Are you?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
This is the sound of tempura. Yeah.
Yeah. We hear. Mm-hmm.
I think we can definitely. Yeah. Okay. stop for a moment. So this is a sound which has all three qualities. First quality, it is like continuous. The second quality, if we listen very, very carefully, we can find there some beats, some strokes, which is linear time. And if we listen for some longer time, we can recognize there are some cycles in it. Okay, so okay, I'll switch to the next slide. The second line, I'll put it just to here for you. Do you hear? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tin, tin, na, dina, dina, din, din, dina, dina, din, din, na, din, na, din, na, din, din. So it's clearly, you see that there are some patterns and some cycle which repeats. Of course, it is not repeating just literally the same. There are a lot of variations, but there's a cycle. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So what is important, that Indian classical music itself, these classical forms are polycyclisms. So many cycles are at the same time in parallel. They are polytempisms. What this means? That there are several tempos of music which are in different layers, which sound at the same time. And polyrhythms are based on this all. So imagine music where you have one tempo and one rhythmical cycle making the ground. Then another tempo with another instrument with different cycle making another ground. They are joining together, but they are not like this, where in music in Western tradition, all the notes, they are like marching in goose step. So we have three different kinds of times presenting in one music episode. But these two lines, which are different, are only the base, the platform where the main voice come in. Main voice or instrument, it's actually the same. So yeah, now to the demonstration. Then I will put this, so just to get you to hear. So first of all, as I told, that the idea of eternal time belongs to Tempura. And there's a special form, which the name is alapa. I will present just a few minutes, maybe two, to get a sense of how it looks. That was allowed. Free time, no anibandha. Now, the second linear time, name's Jor. Jor actually means pair. It sounds like this. Pair. You see, the line of rhythm, pulsation is here. It was not in the first first form. It was a second form. This could be quite fast, this form also. The tempo could be very different, but the logic is linear approach, linear understanding of time. And then the last one, it's cyclic, and this is concept of thala. I will put some cycles here. It's 7-beat cycle, very simple.
I'm so sorry, but you would like to show a lot of music, but theoretically, the last speaker, she has only 10 minutes. So please make a kind of conclusion.
Thank you very much for, I asked you to stop me because I lost my watch to see that. So therefore, to conclude, there are these 3 different aspects of time, which is eternal, linear, and cyclical, and they are presented both as forms of Indian classical music and also in the part of Indian classical music ensemble. There are some functions which correlates with that free understanding of time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your very creative presentation with music. But even though I'm sure we have a lot of questions, but due to the time limitation, but we have to listen to Sanya's presentation first because we have only kind of 15 minutes, 16 minutes. Okay, Sanya, please.
Sorry. After, we can ask after the
after Sanya's presentation.
After Sanya's presentation, we can.
Thank you so much for helping me, and I'm really sorry about this technical difficulty. I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, excellent.
Okay, I have no idea what happened. I usually use Microsoft Teams, so somehow today my laptop hates me. So as Professor Kang mentioned, I'm a PhD candidate and I'm a film journalist. My topic of research is queer cinema, Korean queer cinema. And today I wanted to discuss queer temporality in Kim-Jho Kwang-Soo's 2 Weddings and a Funeral. So my presentation will discuss the relationship between queer cinema and temporality, which has become a critical side of inquiry in queer theory. as cinematic representations often challenge normative temporal structures that organize life around heterosexual milestones such as marriage, reproduction, and inheritance. As Elizabeth Freeman argues, queer temporality disrupts what she refers to as chrononormativity, or the use of time to organize individual human bodies toward maximum productivity. After addressing the conceptual categories of temporality and queer time, I will then examine how Kim-Jho Kwang-Soo's Two Weddings and a Funeral, which is a landmark of Korean queer cinema, employs a mode of queer time that is specific to its Korean context. So first, next slide, please. This is temporality and queer time. Temporality, according to Dustin Goltz, is a term that speaks to questions that interrogate the functions and logics of time, opening time up for reflection, examination, and analysis. Queer time names alternative relations to temporality that deviate from heteronormative life course expectations. J. Jack Halberstam defines it as a term for those specific models of temporality that emerge once one leaves the temporal frames of bourgeois reproduction and family, longevity, risk, safety, and inheritance. Queer time, according to Elizabeth Freeman, emerged from within, alongside, and beyond this heterosexuality, gendered double time of stasis and progress, intimacy, and genealogy. She names the temporal and structural norms chrononormativity, and queer time can be understood as a notion that disturbs and or disobeys the rules set out by chrononormativity. Next slide, please. Judy Han approaches the notion of queer time in the Korean context. She says that no other expression describes the dismissal and postponement of LGBTQ+ rights in South Korea better than 시기상조, which is a Korean idiom that denotes prematurity of an action, or in the words of Han, it can be interpreted as something ahead of time or too early for that. She considers 시기상조 as a part of a constellation of aspirational temporalities in contemporary queer political through lines. She perceives 시기상조 as an idiom of denialism, and the denialist logic of 시기상조 operates in three important ways. It is as a diagnosis of aberration, as an assertion of chrononormativity, and as a foreclosure of futurity. In other words, South Korea is not yet ready for the type of social change that would allow for the LGBTQ+ community to exist in the here and now. The community exists outside of the right time. Now, Han notes that while Korean heteropatriarchal nationalism and male-dominated nation time and queer time and even feminist time seem to be mutually exclusive, the latter actually poses a challenge to the former and has historically proved to be more productive than normative temporality in regards to bringing about social change, also outside of the struggle for LGBTQ+ rights. In terms of the struggle for LGBTQ+ rights in South Korea, one of the most effective mediums in the fight for equal rights and to convey the realities of the local LGBTQ+ community, including the deliberate use of queer time, has turned out to be the medium of cinema. Now, a lot can be said about Korean queer cinema, so I will just give you some very general facts. First of all, queer cinema, the term is derived from New Queer Cinema, which was coined by B. Ruby Rich. She described queer cinema as a new mode of filmmaking characterized by stylistic and political innovation. She emphasized the political orientation and refusal of normative storytelling and stated that queer films challenge heteronormative ideology through their style, subjects, and narrative disruptions. There are several divisions in how queer stories are presented through the medium of South Korean cinema. The first of them is the visibility of queer characters, which is the criterion for the division of the history of Korean queer cinema into three eras: the invisible era, the camouflage era, and the blockbuster era, which is post-2005. Now, this last era is of particular interest because when the queer characters finally achieved a visible presence in the South Korean mediascape, their fantasy-driven nature clashed with the reality of the LGBTQ+ community, and as such, was not perceived as true LGBTQ cinema by the Korean community itself. In terms of mainstream Korean cinema, despite using queerness and queer characters on an increasingly regular basis, queerness was applied and approached with a distance from Koreanness, or at least with a distance from the Korean LGBTQ+ reality. Now, in 2006, the film that was hailed as the first real Korean gay feature was released. It was No Regret. The director was an out gay man. The central relationship of the film was about a love story between two men, and the producer was himself a gay film director and activist, Kim-Jho Kwang-Soo. Unlike the commercial films of that era that featured queer characters, No Regret did not establish a distance between Korean reality and queer characters. Instead, it deliberately normalized queerness, which was a novel approach for Korean filmmakers. Following this movie, a clear division was formed in the film industry of South Korea. So at the industry level, in terms of how queerness is approached in South Korean cinema. One is the utilization of queer aesthetics and characters in the mainstream industry, and the other is LGBTQ+ community produced cinema. Perhaps the most visible representative of this cinema branch is Two Weddings and a Funeral, directed by Kim-Jho Kwang-Soo. It is the first Korean gay romantic comedy melodrama and his feature debut. Even with the limited mainstream release, this film remains the most commercially successful queer film produced by the members of the Korean LGBTQ+ community. Now, very shortly about the movie itself. So in his study of another Korean film, The Bacchus Lady, Eun-Sang Kim argued that Korean queer cinema as a whole as an industry challenged national, familial, and heteronormative structures that are particular to South Korea. He drew a distinction between Korean queer films of validation. So these are the films that center on romantic relationships between same-sex couples or express sympathetic attitudes toward the portrayal of queer characters, thus allowing for the cultural and social recognition of sexual minorities, and then films that celebrate the radical potential of queerness. And he placed Two Weddings and a Funeral firmly in the former category. So the films that express, that sort of inspire sympathetic attitudes from the audience. Now, this is a film that is a melodrama with elements of romantic comedy, where even heavy-hitting moments are juxtaposed with scenes of almost jubilant chaos. The film starts with a wedding. The main character, Min-soo, marries Hyo-jin, a fellow doctor, but it fast becomes clear that the picture-perfect heteronormative union is really a sham marriage between a gay man and a lesbian. He wants to deflect a parental and societal pressure, and she and her lover want to adopt a child, which is only possible for a heterosexual couple. So to keep the ruse going, Min-soo and Hyo-jin arrange for neighboring apartments, one where Min-soo resides alone and the other where Hyo-jin lives with her partner. Aside from this living arrangement, and the fact that Hyo-jin's clothes are displayed in Min-soo's apartment to keep his intrusive mother's suspicions at bay, there are also many occasions where they have to perform their heterosexuality to co-workers, to friends who are not in the know, and to their own families. This is juxtaposed with their queer relationships, especially for Min-soo, who has a tight-knit group of gay friends, and his attempts at having a stable love life while still in the proverbial closet. Given the precarious position the sham couple got themselves into, comedy makes way for tragedy and a revelation of limits to a strategy of faux assimilation in a society that allows for structural violence. Now, in terms of Korean temporality and queer time in Two Weddings and a Funeral, Korean temporality in Two Weddings and a Funeral operates as a framework of socially mandated linear timelines that regulate adulthood, family obligations, and societal success. These timelines are deeply informed by Confucian and Christian values, where the heteronormative family is positioned as the cornerstone of moral and social order. For Min-soo, the pressures of these normative temporal expectations are very intense. He must simultaneously meet the demands of filial duty, demonstrate professional stability, and maintain the illusion of heterosexual conformity. his dual existence, one on the chrononormative linear path and the other on a queer linear trajectory, highlights the tension between performing societal expectations and sustaining an authentic queer life. In effect, for the two, time becomes a resource to be manipulated. Min-soo must preserve appearances long enough to arrange for a move abroad to start a new life, while Hyojin must navigate legal and procedural temporalities involved with the adoption procedure for a baby boy who is in her care in the hospital where she works. So, and that again depends on performing heterosexuality. So the film illustrates this tension through the character's sham marriage, which is a strategy designed to synchronize with the dominant Korean timeline and mitigate societal pressures. Chrononormativity also plays a role in the two feeling like they exist outside of the right timeline, resorting to a sham marriage to create an illusion of being on time and not outside of the right time, which aligns with the notion of shigisanjo. By entering a socially legible marital arrangement, Min-soo and Hyojin temporarily align themselves with Korean chrononormativity, creating the illusion of progress along the prescribed temporal trajectory. Yet this alignment is fragile, highlighting how normative timelines are socially constructed and maintained through surveillance, expectation, and coercion. In parallel, the film constructs spaces and practices that embody queer time, offering alternative modes of living outside dominant societal expectations. Min-soo's group of friends forms its own temporal logic. They have rehearsals for their G-voice choir, private gatherings at a rented swimming pool so they can freely express themselves in their own time, and nightlife spaces that operate on a timetable that is dictated by desire, common ground, and genuine affection rather than obligation. These moments of collective queer life demonstrate Halberstam's assertion that queer time emerges once one steps outside the temporal frames of the family and longevity, risk, safety, and inheritance. So in this film, laughter, care, and emotional intimacy basically contrast with queer time very sharply. So we have a sharp contrast between the pressures and constraints of chrononormative Korean society and the emotional intimacy of queer spaces. Now, we also have queer characters like Tina, who maintain dual identities, shopkeeper by day, flamboyant performer by night, further exemplifying the performative negotiation of time, revealing how queer individuals must manage both normative expectations and self-determined temporalities. This character is also the role of a catalyst for the final arc of the story, which I perhaps don't want to spoil. But I will say that the film's ending crystallizes the interaction between Korean temporality and queer time. Departing from strategies of assimilation, it envisions a future that is beyond the constraints of Shigisanjo, aligning with what queer theorist Jose Esteban Munoz has as a notion of queer futurity, which is a temporal horizon oriented toward possibility rather than the here and now of existence. So the dreamlike final sequences do not depict integration into heteronormative timelines. Instead, they gesture toward an aspirational queer future in which emotional authenticity, chosen family, and acceptance by biological family are central. By doing so, the film emphasizes that queer temporality is not merely a deferral of normative life stages, but an active mode of imagining alternative social and emotional arrangements. Two Weddings and a Funeral thus both critiques the rigidity of Korean chrononormativity and constructs cinematic spaces where queer temporalities can flourish, offering a vision of life organized around desire, care, and community, rather than obligation and social compliance. Now, in conclusion, the movie Two Weddings and a Funeral demonstrates how Korean queer cinema can both expose and creatively rework the normative timelines that structure social life in South Korea. Through this narrative of a sham heterosexual marriage, the film foregrounds the force of Korean chrononormativity that regulates adulthood through obligations to marry, reproduce, and integrate into heteronormative kinship structures. The pressures that Min-soo and Hyojin face illustrate how Korean temporality, marked by the convergence of Confucian familism, Christian moral frameworks, and national developmental expectations, produces a sense of being perpetually outside of time. And Han's notion of 시기상조, the idiom that declares queer existence too early or outside of the right time, becomes visible not only in the obstacles the characters face, but also in the very strategies they employ to appear on time. Their sham marriage performs compliance with normative temporality while revealing its fragility and unreality. At the same time, this is a movie that envisions the possibilities of queer time. The spaces inhibited by Min-soo's friendship circle constitute temporal havens that resist the forward-marching linearity of Korean heteropatriarchal society. These moments gesture toward alternative modes of belonging and existence, untethered from the chrononormative rules of existence. And the final sequence of the film then extends this gesture into the realm of queer futurity. In a dreamlike orientation, which resonates with Munoz' conception of queerness as then and there, a horizon future possibility refuses the constraints of the present. Rather than resolving the tensions, the ending suspends them, imagining a future in which queer existence is not deferred, denied, or made premature, but instead fully livable. And in doing so, the movie serves as an example for how Korean queer cinema can critique dominant temporal regimes while offering both existing and imagined temporal alternatives grounded in community, resistance, and hope. I'm so sorry, I know I was probably speaking very fast, but I wanted to finish. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Dr. Kļaviņš, how many seconds we have for Q&A?
Yeah, how it is, Susan. The next section starts. We moved a little bit. It will be 30 minutes later than we were planning yesterday. Ilse, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
How it is?
Yeah. 4:30 is the next section, so we have time to discuss.
So we have a little time. Everybody remains in his place, so we have a little space for some questions. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay, then let's discuss, or you can ask a kind of whomever you would like to. For instance, Sanya didn't get any questions. Also, people Sanya, also Sergei, also it was a very creative presentation. I'm sure you would like to ask. Even the first presenter, also Alex also didn't get any questions. So yeah, if you have any question, you can ask.
Sonya's presentation was so structured and explained actually so much that there is a let us say actually a question would be just disturbing the structure, because Sanya explained everything in a very good framework. So we should think first. And probably I will send probably after my not a question or a kind of, because we will publish also, you know, we will have a journal, and then we will discuss further a little bit the framework. Regarding Sergei, probably regarding Sergei's, and I'm just curious in one sense, because Purusha Prakriti, India is the country of philosophies, and philosophy is philosophy. And actually, many Indian philosophies are so similar to Western, so-called Western philosophies, despite the and also the example what Sergei showed. For example, Purush Prakriti, like in Samkhya, that is also connected with yoga. It is Purush. Is passive, Prakriti active, and suffering and attachment arise from confusing Prakriti with Purush, and so on, so. And the liberation, moksha, comes when you stop identifying with Prakriti. body, mind, sense, and recognize the eternal Purush. I'm talking oversimplified, very oversimplified way, because, but in René Descartes, who is considered as the main Western structural philosopher, mind-body dualism is absolutely similar to Prakriti Purush concept. Mind, thinking, conscious, non-material, body, material, extended, and so on and so. And even in European music, the concept is actually the same. Is between mind, is abstract and temporal, and still there is such a difference. In a way, I'm not musicologist, but I see, yeah, I have to ask her, because the harmonic tradition is a structure. Even the concept, okay, concept and philosophy is absolutely similar to some cases, absolutely same, like India in a certain way, but the music as a very structured, harmonic, is predictable, and there is little space for interpretation. Is a different way how it is expressed. And yeah, it would be just because musicologist is like mathematician and like run from one side, and philosopher on other side. So that would be just very, very interesting to talk with Sergei if he could explain more on the differences, how, because I'm feeling this is the same like in Arabic music, we have space for interpretation, but harmonic tradition means that we have a structure. But that's it. This is just very, very, very, very interesting in a certain sense.
Maybe Sanya or Sergei, you have some kind of comments or answer? Yeah, I would like to add kind of one question for Sanya. Is Kim-Jho Kwang-Soo's film, which I already have watched kind of long ago, in your point of view as a kind of cinema journalist, worth watching for its own sake rather than for research purpose, like a kind of Call Me by Your Name, or kind of Carol, or Happy Together, or Brokeback Mountain? Those kind of films is absolutely great film, even though we can say those films are kind of LGBT film. But Kim-Jho Kwang-Soo's film, Two Weddings and One Funeral, is objectively you can recommend?
So Kim-Jho Kwang-Soo has a very interesting approach to making cinema. He makes lighthearted movies, inserts that sometimes are in a harsh sort of contrast to what the realities are, but at the same time he's doing that deliberately because he's trying to achieve or send out a message of basically really hope for that type of future. So I cannot say that this movie is one of the best movies I've ever watched, but I have to say that it does have a value because it does show, even through the genre of romantic comedy melodrama, certain realities of the LGBTQ community. And films that have this type of approach, for example, last year we had Love in the Big City made into a drama. The novel was made into a drama and into a movie, right? And this is a mainstream movie. And this movie, even though it was produced, so Two Weddings and a Funeral, even though it was produced by a gay director, it is still made to appear mainstream, because this is the way you can approach a mainstream audience if you want to send your message out. So usually films that are made for mainstream lack a certain artistic value, we could say. It's not a movie that is trying to be art house, not at all. It's a movie that is sort of trying to speak to as wide an audience as possible. And it appeared to manage that because it was actually really well received for a queer movie in a country that is very much not LGBTQ+ friendly. So I would say watch it for the value. In a way, almost watch it for the fun, because some of the scenes are just fun to watch. But yeah, this is not an art house film.
Thank you so much for your frank answer. Any more questions? questions, comments? No? No? Yeah, then to finish this. And thank you so much for your kind of presentations, listening to kind of presentations and asking and answer, and yeah. Soon in the next section.
Thank you. Question from time. There is a question from participant. Thank you so much. So I will introduce now the first speaker is Professor Jānis Priede. He is a professor and with huge experience in different fields. He was physician and was doing philology and philosophy, history, many things, Oriental studies, the former head of department, connected also with very different fields. And his presentation title, The Transformation of the Understanding of Time in the First Century Commentaries on the Book of Psalms. Professor Priede, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, it's my pleasure. Let me begin with a point that will become clearer later. In the writings of the Church Fathers, the seasonal, historically cyclical, and linear understanding of time are joined by a new dimension, a historically grounded center where human time meets divine eternity. This meeting point becomes the reference for the unfolding of human history and for the personal time of each individual. Christ's historical life is fixed in time and space. Yes, yet at the same time, it becomes the right moment, kairos, for every human being. Before turning to the Fathers, let us briefly consider how the Book of Psalms itself understands time. The Psalms took shape across several centuries, beginning around the 10th century BC, during the era of David, the shepherd king, who enriched Jerusalem's liturgy with music and song. Many psalms contain autobiographical elements. For example, the Lord is my shepherd, and also expresses the worldview of the ancient Near East. They show how people understood both the structure of the world and the temporal framework within which human life unfolds. What concept of time emerged in Psalms, and does it develop? The question of time is closely tied to the question of creation. Since patristic times, Christians have discussed how to relate the biblical creation accounts to scientific explanations. Augustine held that creation happened instantaneously, and that 6 days of Genesis were an accommodation to human understanding. Yet this does not mean that everything suddenly appeared in the finished form, nor does Augustine support speculative ideas like the notion that all things exist only in germinal causes. For Augustine, matter without form is not co-eternal with God and does not exist independently of God's creative act. In his commentary, Augustine contrasts time with eternity. Eternity goes before time, yet it is not closed by time. Time does not border eternity at the moment of creation. The two belong to completely different orders. Likewise, commenting on Psalm 52 or 51 in Vulgata and Septuagint, he says that God's unfailing years form one unmoving day. Whatever be your thought, it stands nevertheless. Time flows, but eternity remains. Psalm 102 highlights the contrast clearly. But you remain the same, and your years will never end. Human days, by contrast, fade like shadows. Psalm 90 echoes this. The number of our days is 70 years, and we fly away, and even more forcefully, and 1,000 years in your sight are are like yesterday, like watch in the night. Here, human times appears fragile alongside God's eternal perspective. To understand how this develops in early Christian interpretation, we can group the concept of time in Psalm into three groups. First, seasonal time, and let's like other ancient Near Eastern traditions, the Psalms reflect cyclical rhythms, day and night, summer and winter, sowing and harvest. Psalm 65 describes the cycle poetically. You crown the year with your bounty. Second, historically cyclical time. Some psalms recount Israel's history, such as Psalm 105. Others expresses Deuteronomic pattern. Deuteronomic pattern, as in book in Deuteronomy or book in Judges. Let's say this pattern is sin, decline, repentance, and restoration. Seen in the psalms like 18, 44, 74, 89. Psalm 89, for example, describes both Israel's failures and God's enduring mercy. I quote, if his sons turn away, I will punish them, but I will not deny them my mercy. End quote. This is historical time understood through recurring cycles, Deuteronomical cycle in this case, which was sin, decline, repentance, and restoration. Then let's see the third type, linear eschatological type, time, and let's say another biblical view of time is linear. It has a beginning, creation. Also, the founding of Israel or establishment of David's dynasty, the points in the history. Yet it is a horizon, yet this horizon stretches into eternity. Psalm 104 recalls creation. You laid the earth in its foundations, the water fled at your thunder, but it's a promise to David's line forever and ever, an unbroken future into eternity. A key concept anticipating patristic theology is today. In Psalm 2, I quote, it said, you are my son, today I have begotten you. Originally, this likely referred to enthronement of the David king. After the monarchy collapsed, Jewish interpretation turned towards the expected Messiah, to whom God will say, you are my son. In the New Testament, the meaning shifts again. Christ interprets the Psalms as speaking of himself. Yeah, he says, it's they that testify about me. He said in the John, and Luke cites David's words, the Lord said to my Lord, as referring to Christ. Today, today becomes not just a historical day, but a theological turning point. Today, centered in Christ or around Christ. A similar shift appears in Psalm 95. The Hebrew reads, oh, if only you would hear this voice today, a wish. But Greek translation reads, today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts. Here, today is not a moment in the ancient history, but the living present of the reader or listener. This becomes central in the New Testament. Jesus Christ is the same yesterday and today and forever, says Paul. And Christ himself says, before Abraham was, I am. It's very important, this quotation, before Abraham was, I am. Christ stands as the meeting point of the time and eternity. Augustine hears the same in Psalm 73, where it's said in Hebrew, O God, my King from eternity, and rendered in Greek as our King before in eternal times. For Augustine, Christ is the one who exists before our time. Patristic interpretation further develops the idea of the year of favor. In the Greek version of Psalm 64, the phrase becomes the year of your favor, which early Christians associate with Christ's proclamation in Luke 4. Christ says he arrived to proclaim the year of Lord's favor. Cassiodorus, 6th century, describes this as a time of grace, beginning with the incarnation. Kirill of Alexandria speaks of the, I quote, fullness of time, end quote, realized in Christ. Fullness of time, the moment when the human time touches eternity. Hilary of Poitiers, 4th century, calls Christ the most beautiful fruit of the earth, visited by God, the crown of the year of favor. Yet the fullness of time is not always experienced in a positive way. Psalm 81 warns that those who hate the Lord will face a time that becomes eternity. Times becomes eternity. For them, it means an unending judgment. Early commentators, such as Athanasius or Theodoret, say that eternity becomes a time of punishment for the unrepentant. Psalm 69 introduces another nuance, the time of grace, as a moment of forgiveness. Time of grace is a moment of forgiveness. Speaking in the name of Christ, Jerome interprets the psalmic cry, it's a time of grace. Hear me in light of Christ's prayer on the cross, Father, forgive them. Here, the time of grace is a moment of redemptive suffering. Augustine finds a similar dynamism in Psalm 102. It's time to have mercy. The right moment has come. For him, this is fulfilled in the God he sent, because God sent his Son, born of woman, in the fullness of time, the time where eternity and time meet. Some psalms also portray cyclical destruction of evil, such in Psalm 101, every morning, I quote Psalm, every morning I will destroy all the wicked. Every morning I will destroy all the wicked. The fathers interpret this spiritually. Eusebius of Caesarea and Gregory of Nyssa sees that the city of the Lord as a soul in which evil thoughts are driven out again and again, each morning. In conclusion, the change in the understanding of time in the writings of church fathers is rooted in Psalms, but centered on Christ. I could add that it's rooted mostly in the Greek translation of Psalms, and this translation was made by the Jewish exegetes around 200 years before Christ. So it is very, let's say, Jewish translation. But it was taken as a basis for Septuaginta in Greek and Vulgata used by Augustine in Latin. So the writings of church fathers is rooted in Psalms, but centered on Christ. Seasonal, historical, and linear time are brought together around a single decisive point where human and divine time meet. I would say human time and the divine eternity meet. Human time, it's under causality principle. It exists because it was caused by God. But eternity, it is outside the causality principle of causality. It is created by God, but it's there. The point of Christ, the eternal Logos, who also lived in historical time. As eternal Logos, it's, let's say, the eternity is part or the quality of this eternal Logos. And because of that, the time of eternal Logos becomes the right moment for every human being because of eternity. which surrounds temporal existence. This eternity enters into time through the Logos, through him. In Christ, time and eternity meet, and human times find its true center. Returning to the theme of Year of Favor, we see how the Church Fathers read the Psalms through the lens of Christ. In the Hebrew text of Psalm 65, the verse speaks of the seasonal blessing of the year, but in the Greek it becomes the year of your favor. Early Christians immediately associated this with Christ's proclamation in the synagogue, "The Spirit of Lord is upon me to proclaim the year of Lord's favor." For them, it's not simply a liturgical or agricultural cycle, but the arrival of divine mercy in human history. Cassiodorus called this the time of grace, beginning with the incarnation, while Cyril of Alexandria describes it as fullness of time, the moment in which human time encounters eternity. According to Cyril, everything created is recapitulated in Christ, drawn into unity and restored. Hilary of Poitiers adds that Christ is the most joyful fruit of the earth, the crown of the year of favor. But the fullness of time can also reveal judgment, and Psalm 81 speaks of those who hate the Lord. Time becomes eternity. Patristic interpreters as Athanasius and Theodore understand this to mean that eternity becomes the sphere of punishment who rejects the Lord. Augustine adds an eschatological dimension, the crown of the year of favor in the final harvest of the world. And Psalm 69, as we saw, deepens this idea. Here's the promise cross, it's a time of grace. The Psalms also speak of cyclical pattern of purification. This every morning I will destroy all the wicked of the earth. And the Greek version emphasizes the repeated action. And fathers interpret this spiritually. In summary, the transformation of the understanding of time in the Church Fathers grows out of the Psalms' own categories, seasonal, historical, cyclical, and eschatological, but gathers them around a single center. The center is Christ, in whom eternity enters time. The historical life of Jesus becomes a redefining reference point for all human time, both individually and collectively. Through him, every moment becomes a kairos, as in Greek, right moment, because eternity is not distant, but touch time at its core. In Christ, time and eternity are united, and human history finds its true meaning and direction. So thank you very much for this very short presentation about regarding the understanding of time in Psalms by first century Christian commentators.
Thank you so much, Professor. And thank you for to keeping the very, very, very enormously interesting and structured framework and putting together actually in a very synthetic way important sources of European actually tradition of intellectual spiritual tradition. Please, ladies and gentlemen, questions to to Professor. Are there some questions or comments? I have one, because Augustine is absolutely important. Yesterday we had also very interesting presentation from Professor Mārča Auziņš, because Augustine actually tells that past and future are not real in the same sense as the present. Past exists only in memory, future exists only as expectation, and present is dying all the time. Actually, becoming and dying is also not real. And uniqueness, time is just fundamentally psychological feature of consciousness, not external substance. In a book 11, and the point is that Western tradition is also always being criticized about some kind of absolutization of time. Newton has something fundamental, but Augustine is actually destroying all of that so-called Western tradition, putting God outside, and actually in the sense, European tradition could be very close to even to East Asian understanding, if we would come back to the sources of our tradition. I don't know, maybe it's absolutely oversimplified and crazy way, but that's what I'm feeling. And in that sense, Augustine, even in quantum mechanics, the approach of Augustine is absolutely similar. As with time is a kind of in correlation, not something absolutized. So it was actually, I think that's enormously important today.
Yes, of course, but I would say that maybe Professor Auziņš is speaking, or at least as you explain it now, is speaking more about the human time, or the time as it is perceived by humans, or as time as it is perceived even in physics. So it is a time where causality still exists, even if the time is not something that can be put exactly such a time span, because the past is we remember it, the future we wait for that. Augustine spoke about that, and the real existence it is at the moment, but how long is this moment? It's a eternal question, also for the fathers of the church. So, but it is speaking about this time which flows within the eternity. And yesterday we had also the presentation by Robert Lawrence Kuhn, which examined the different religious traditions, how they understand the time. And he mentioned the debate between Frederick Copplestone and Bertrand Russell, but this debate was just renewed 50 years later by William Lane Craig and Anthony Flew. The different views on the time, but at the same time within the human or cosmic time, within the material or energetic or psychological reality. But this reality, would it be cosmic, would be just a mental human man's? It is something that is created by some causes, and the causality remains there. However, in this my presentation, I was speaking more about how this time and this time that exists or doesn't exist, or exists for one moment only, is connected with eternity, where is no time. There is no time at all. Something as Lawrence Kuhn connected with quantum physics or something like that. So with eternity, and eternity enters the time, as fathers, church father says, within some moment, and puts this moment in Christ. And this moment can become every moment, also in individual life, not only historically. So yes, of course, the Professor Auziņš is right, speaking about this our time, yeah.
Exactly. It's like Wheeler-DeWitt equation in quantum gravity. Time might emerge from correlations rather than from being fundamental, of course. But I deeply understood your point, because that is a different framework, but yes, enormously interesting in a sense of a kind, even I can say justification of certain points that are actualized nowadays and being forgotten in even 10 years ago. Thank you so much, Professor, once more for a very synthetic approach. We have to go forward, unfortunately, because time is the biggest problem in this conference about the time. The next speaker is Dr. Salah Mohammed Sharif. who is a lecturer in University of Latvia, a specialist in Arabic studies and also teaching Arabic language. And I think Susan Hoshab could be helpful in a sense. Professor Dr. Salah Mohammed, are you there? No,
yeah,
are you great,
I'm
great,
here.
great.
I hope that you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay.
And the title of presentation is Understanding of Time in Quran and Islamic Civilization. So, Assalamu alaikum, Ustad, tafadal. Please, if you can read in I know that your presentation
okay.
is in English as well.
I will try to be precise because really now it's getting dark and time. And people,
yeah.
I think that people are quite tired from the morning. Okay, so time in the Quran and its role in the life of Muslims. Time holds great significance in the Quran. All pillars of Islam are connected to time, whether in acts of worship, ethical conduct, or in both public and private life. The primary source of Islam principles is the Quran, followed by the Hadith and the Sunnah, which provide clarification and detail of matters mentioned in the Quran without elaboration. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ explained such detail to the Muslim community. The Quran emphasized the necessity of Muslims to understand the importance of time in different sources. So this is, we are going to have a lot of quotations from Quran, which is connected with time. And also to be precise, I'm not going to say the names of the surahs. I'm going to say the number of surahs where the source to be in time type. So surah number 2, they ask you about the new moons. Say they are measurements of time for the people and for the pilgrimage. In surah number 9, indeed the number of months with God is 12 months. Surah number 10, these are quotations. Surah number 10, so that you may know the number of years and calculation. Surah number 6, he causes the dawn to break, and he made the night for rest, and the sun and the moon for calculation. These verses show that the phases of moon enable Muslims to count the moments and to count the months and determine, among other things, the time of pilgrimage. Entering Islam begins with the testimony of faith, affirming the oneness of God and the prophethood of Muhammad. Here, time becomes a marker between one life before Islam and after embracing it, after embracing Islam. Okay. So this is the first pillar, one testimony. So the second pillar, which is the prayers. Prayer is mentioned in several verses, including Surah number 4, which Ayah said, when you have finished the prayers. And also I'm going to mention all the the verses because it is a little bit long. Only this part where there is connection with time. Right. In Surah number 6, we will see and establish the prayer. Surah number 6 also, and any maintains their prayers. So we will see forward the mentioning of prayers coming with almsgiving or zakah. So zakah appear closely linked to prayer and charitable giving. In Surah number 2, we read, those who believe in the unseen establish prayer and spend out of what we have provided for them. Surah number 2 also establish prayers and give zakat and bow with those who bow. Further, also, the same surah verses emphasizes charity. The example, it's reading like that. The example of those who spend their wealth in the way of God is that of a grain. Number 2 also forward, those who spend their wealth in the way of God and then do not follow up spending with reminder of their generosity, also speaking about spending. Here spending is different a little bit than the zakat itself. Those also, we go forward, those who spend their wealth by night and by day. In Surah number 8, we saw those who establish prayers and spend out of what we have provided them. So you see there is some sort of repetition, but because it is from different surahs, we go to the next pillar, which is fasting. The fourth pillar is presented in general and in greater details. We begin with for Surah number 2 also. O you who believe, fasting has been prescribed for you as it was prescribed for those before you. Also, Surah number 2, a limited number of days. This is for fasting and Ramadan. Also, Surah number 2, the month of Ramadan, in which the Quran was revealed. So whoever let him, whoever sight a month, let him fast it. Again, so whoever sights the month, let him fast it. Fast Ramadan, yeah. Fasting may also serve as expiation for certain violations, as in Surah number 58 and Mujadila. Then whoever cannot find must fast 2 consecutive months. We go forward for the next pillar. The final pillar is described in Surah number number 2. Surah number 2. Before that, we go to Surah number 22, which is Al-Hajj. Yeah, and proclaim to the people, the Hajj, they will come to you on foot, on every lean camel. They will come from every distant pass. So and then after that, we go to Surah number 2, complete the pilgrimage and the Umrah for God. Surah number 2 also, pilgrimage is in well-known months. Whoever undertakes the pilgrimage. Surah number 3, Surah number 3, and the pilgrimage to the house is duty owed to God by all people who are able to undertake it. Right. We see here also the Quran and in the family affairs who are connected with time. The Quran discusses family matters within specific time-based rulings. Several examples in Surah also number 2, we read like that. They ask you about menstruation, say it is harm, so keep away from women during menstruation. Also Surah number 2, for those who swear abstinence from their wives is a waiting period of 4 months. Also in Surah number 2, divorced women shall wait by themselves for 3 ministrations. Also Surah number 2, mothers shall breastfeed their children for 2 full years. Also number 2, those among you who die and leave behind wives shall have them wait for 4 months and 10 days. Also in Surah number 15, his mother carried him in hardship and delivered him in hardship. And his gestation and weaning is 30 months. 30 months. And in Surah 14, his mother carried him in weakness upon weakness, and his weaning is in 2 years. So these last 2 quotations of two verses are are particularly significant in impoverished urban and rural areas. In 1990, I was working with the National Population Committee, United Nations Development Program initiative focused on raising public awareness about the importance of family planning. Our goal was to encourage families, especially in rural areas, to space births and to use free contraceptive methods we provided. We used to give them this without pay contraceptives. This required village visits, discussions on the causes of poverty, an explanation of how birth spacing improves quality of life by enabling families to provide better education and health care for their children. We leave the committee. Type. To ensure success, we needed the support of senior state officials. During a visit to a village in the Jazeera region, we were accompanied by the deputy chairman of the military council. This was after the Muslim Brotherhood had taken power in Sudan, as well as the governor of the Jazeera region also accompanied us. Our discussions with the villagers were productive. Specialists explained the benefits of spacing pregnancy and used Quranic verses supporting extending intervals between births. However, as we prepare to leave the village, the regional governor, an Islamic and military officer, addressed the villagers and instruct them not to listen to the specialist. He urged them to continue having children as before, arguing that the use of contraceptions for birth spacing contradicts the Sharia. His intervention undermined much of the progress made during this visit.
Excuse me for the interruption, just time is a little bit tight. I will ask you to please summarize and conclude.
Okay, so very quickly. So here also we see the time of in the Quran connected with the environment, that is connected with sacred months. These sacred months, 4 months. So I'm going to speak. I'm not going to read. Yes, sacred months, 4 months that prohibited fighting and hunting. Fighting and hunting, and so people, so as to allow people these months promote peace and security, allowing people to perform the pilgrimage and engage in the trade out without fear of attack. 5. Indeed, okay, we will see. We will leave the quotations. We come to the conclusion of this part, that modern wars demonstrate how heavy weapons, bombs, and missiles destroy not only people and cities, but entire ecosystem. Wars often last many years and are difficult to stop. Therefore, the Quran prohibition of fighting during these 4 months, sacred months, serve both humanity and the environment. Similarly, unregulated hunting threatens wildlife. So promoting many countries and the United Nations to enact laws that restricted hunting seasons and protect endangered species. So this is a concise overview of the paper. Work is going to prepare the full version for publics, because there is a lot of questions here. They need to interviews with specialists and so on. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you very much, Doctor. Are there some quick questions? If not, just the point, of course, very, very interesting, because time is flexible and very regulated.
Yeah, I see the time.
And it's mathematically regulated before the mechanical clock, actually, from one side.
Okay, thank you.
And from other side, it is there's a lot of even sin and so on. We cannot go deeper because there are also a lot of philosophical questions, and God is outside the time, like in European tradition. So a lot of things. Thank you once more.
Thank you.
Now we are going over to our next presenter, Professor Alia Mursalova, from Azerbaijan Institute of Theology. Are you there, Professor Alia?
Hello, Kaspars, I am here.
Yeah, great. Yeah. And the title of the presentation is very, very interesting, because Azerbaijan is very diverse. This is a part of diverse region, and Azerbaijan is the most of the diverse part already of the diverse environment. And the title of presentation is Sacred Time and Ordinary Time in Albanian and Jewish Temporal Concepts in a Religious Culture of Azerbaijan. Albanian Christians is also an interesting, absolutely interesting topic, and Jewish temporal concepts in Azerbaijan, enormously interesting. So you have also PowerPoint presentation, yeah?
No, I don't have.
Oh, no worries. Then just go ahead.
Okay.
Okay,
it's a great pleasure to present my topic today and see you again after 2 years, I think. My topic's name is, as you say, about sacred and or profane time in the religious culture of Azerbaijan. And as example, I take Albanian church heritage and Mountain Jews traditions. Its aim is to explore how different temporal models rooted in the ancient Caucasian Albanian heritage and traditions of Mountain Jews communities interact, coexist, and their mutual influence the religious landscape of contemporary Azerbaijan. Time in religious studies is never merely a natural chronological framework. It's a symbolic architecture, a tool for ordering the world and legitimizing identities. The distinction between sacred time and ordinary time, articulated by scholars, helps us understand how communities create rhythms of the meaning, collective memory, and ritual life. The research is based on a contemporary religious studies approach, combining historical analytical methods, ethnographic fieldwork, and elements of the phenomenology of religion. The study seeks to reconstruct the specific grammars of time in the religious lives of these two communities and demonstrate how sacred time contributes to stable models of collective identity and social order. In Azerbaijan, a region characterized by exceptional multicultural continuity, we find noteworthy examples of how temporal concepts function as markers of identity and as instruments of cultural resilience. Understanding how different religious traditions structure sacred and profane time can help us gain a better understanding of Azerbaijan culture, identity, and interreligious interactions. Let me begin with the Caucasian Albanian traditions. A Christian culture that flourished in the Eastern Caucasus until the Middle Ages, traces of which survive today in the liturgical practices and community memory of the Udi people, especially in Niš and Oghuz cities. Although the institutional Albanian church disappeared under later political and religious transformations, its temporal structures left a durable imprint. Albanian Christianity preserved strongly agricultural interpretations of sacred time. Festive cycles were synchronized with agriculture seasons, linking Christian celebrations such as the Nativity or the feast
of the cross with all the patterns of seasonal renewal. Landscapes, mountains, springs, and groves were imbued with ritual significances. Sacred time unfolded not only in churches, but also in natural sites, where memory and myth fused with the rhythm of the year. Patronal feasts, village-based celebrations, and remembrance days connected temporal identity to local lineage and territory. Thus, sacred time encouraged community cohesion even under cultural pressure. In the modern era, UD communities mountain an elaborate perception of time. The Christian liturgical cycle coexists with post-Soviet secular calendars and with traditional seasonal and customs that trace their origin to the Albanian past. Turning now to the mountain Jews, as we call Juhuro traditions, we encountered a markedly different temporal model, text-centered, historically conscious, and legally confined. Jewish sacred time is structured around collective historical memory, the Exodus, the destruction of the temples, exile, and redemption. Time becomes a carrier of theological meaning, linking the present to foundational events. Festivals such as Shabbat, Passover, Yom Kippur, and Sukkot function according to strike ritual perceptions. Sacred time is not merely commemorative, it's ritualized through law. For mountain Jews, halakhic time becomes a powerful mechanism of cultural continuity. For centuries, mountain Jews communities in Azerbaijan maintained a rhythm of life that balanced local adaptation with translocal Jewish temporal structures. Their calendar created an internal cohesion across different settlements from Kırmızı Gasebe, it's translated as Red Village in the city of Kuba near the Baku. This model of temporal conscience places strong emphasis on memory as identity, reinforcing communal boundaries while enabling coexistence within the multicultural space of Azerbaijan. When we compare Albanian Christian and mountain Jews temporal frameworks, several analytics points emerge. First, coexistence without homogenization. Despite profound differences, cyclical versus linear, nature-based versus text content, the two models have historically coexisted in Azerbaijan without conflict or forced syncretism. This is characteristics of the regional pluralistic ethos. Second, mutual influence at the level of everyday time. While sacred calendars remain distinct, order and time, agricultural cycles, communal labors patterns, and local forms of hospitality created overlapping social rhythms. This shared experience allowed for cross-cultural understanding, even as religious boundaries remained clear. Third, temporal identity as a marker of cultural resilience. Both communities used sacred time as a resource for survival. Albanian-related groups preserved identity through ritual landscapes and seasonal customs, and mountain Jews maintained identity through textual memory and precise ritual calendar. Thus, differing temporal structures functioned similarly as mechanism of continuity in a multicultural environment. About contemporary transformations. In modern Azerbaijan, especially after 19th, both traditions have experienced revitalization. Restoration of Udi churches and the renewed interest in the Albanian cultural legacy have allowed the realculturing of tradition temporal practice within a natural framework that values multicultural heritage. Revival of Jewish community life, construction of new synagogues, and re-establishment of educational institutions have strengthened ritual observance and reinforced the temporal rhythms of Jewish sacred life. This results in a dynamic interplay where sacred time becomes part of Azerbaijan cultural pluralism, not as isolated traditions, but as living temporal systems that contribute to the national mosaic. From a religious studies standpoint, the case of Azerbaijan demonstrates that temporal pluralism can serve as a foundation for peaceful coexistence. Sacred time doesn't necessarily seek dominance. It can remain particular while contributing to a shared civic space. And the interplay of cyclic and linear temporal challenges simplify models of cultural interactions, showing how communities negotiate identity without erasing difference. To conclude, the religious culture of Azerbaijan offers a compelling example of how sacred time and ordinary time shape communal identities and how diverse temporal systems, Albanian Christian and Mountain Jewish, continue to enrich the cultural landscape. To study of these temporal concepts not only deepens our understanding of specific historical traditions, but also sheds light on the broader questions of how communities craft meaning, memory, and coexistence through time itself. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome your questions if they exist.
Thanks a lot. I remember I was in the Congress of religions in Azerbaijan and had the choice also to meet the leader of the Mountain Jews. Actually, it's a very short time, but very, very interesting. And of course, I just remain in Baku. There is an Institute of Manuscripts, and also all the Syrian and many kind of manuscripts that actually didn't survive in the Middle East in many countries are actually kept in Baku.
Yes, well,
for the scientists. So please, if you have some quick questions to the speaker. In Azerbaijan, there is also a lot of research done, also on very diverse, because now, as far as I remember, in Institute Manuscripts also they are checking the history of science. I was going there also because of the Zero in Mathematics project from the philosophical point of view, and yes, four records I found in an Institute of Manuscripts regarding the Islamic.
Do you love it?
Yeah, Islamic, Hindu, and Buddhist, and Islamic, Hindu, Chinese connections in Azerbaijani manuscripts, and they were digital. So actually, it is a treasury of yeah.
Yes, I agree with you. It's so.
Questions? No questions? Then please, no worries. You can send even me. I can forward all the questions to the specialist, and she will answer. But I just remind that the relation is really very important, because there's a lot of information still waiting for a huge research with our colleagues. And no, we are starting. Finally, we are starting some research. Thank you. If not, thank you once more. And we are going over to our next presentation, which is and then Professor Nagarajan from Robert Cavalier University, United States, and the presentation title is Hinduism and the Eternal Now Journey from Time to Timelessness. Namaste. Very welcome.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening to all. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, very well. Visibility is great.
Nice to hear. First, I must thank Professor Kļaviņš for the invitation. In fact, I was not knowing that there was a conference going on. The invitation came from Professor, so I'm fortunate to be here. I'm in India. I'm from India. I'm not from USA. I teach for an university in USA online. Okay. Now my slide. I have got a PPT which runs into so many slides. Due to paucity of time, I will restrict my. First, let me put forth the views. Then I'll go to the slides. Quickly. The title Hinduism and the Eternal Now, Journey from Time to Timelessness. The Hinduism is one of the oldest surviving religions. It's almost 5,000 years old. The concepts or the philosophy, if we may put it as Hindu philosophy, they were not brought out by humans. This is the belief. Maybe sometimes some things which I may talk about may look unbelievable. Bear with me for the time being. it is said that these were revealed by a higher power. This, whatever Hinduism says, not only about time, about all aspects, all other aspects of spirituality, they were all revelations revealed to certain people who were in a higher level of consciousness. Right? So, whether to believe it or not, we'll see now. For example, Hinduism says time is a myth, space is a myth. There's no such thing called time, there's no such thing called space. Bluntly, it rejects there's no time, there's no space. But we as human beings, as embodied beings, it's difficult for us to accept, because we flow through time, we move around space. Both time and space are reality for us. It's very difficult for us to accept, because we are in a different realm, we are in a different dimension, and it will be inconceivable. It will be very difficult if somebody says, for example, suppose there's a blind person, and if we want to explain to him the color of a rainbow, now whatever effort I will take, it will all go waste. It will all go waste, because the dimensions differ. Dimensions differ. So even after, let's take this example. I'm trying to explain the color of a rainbow to a person who is blind. I take all my efforts and then try to convince him. Let's say he says, yes, I'm convinced. Let us assume he says, yes, I am convinced. You have talked so much about color. Now I am convinced. Does it really mean that does it mean that he has really understood color? No. Similarly, he will understand what is color once he gets eyesight. Only then. Till such time, whatever is spoken, it's all, he may have his own views about color, not the actual, not what color is as seen by people with eyesight, with sight. So similarly, whatever I'm going to discuss, which were given by ancient saints and sages in Hinduism, they may all look absurd. They may all look unbelievable, because we are entrapped in a different dimension. I'm with a body. I'm entrapped in a body. It has got its own limitations, and with these limitations, if I approach, maybe it may all look like a story, and the realization can come only if I move to a different dimension. I start my presentation with this word of caution. I say caution because I'm going to talk about so many things about time, which all will look unbelievable. Fine. And the Vedas, which are the foundation of Hinduism, whenever they talk about time, they say time is a myth. Space is a myth. They do not exist. But as human beings, we perceive. So they talk about human time. The beauty behind Vedas is that they don't simply say time. They say human time. They don't simply say about year, month, days. Human year, human month, human days. That means what is perceived as time when I am in the body of a human being is human time. And if you look at any living organism, for that matter, on Earth we find many living species. Maybe a mayfly has got a lifetime of 24 hours. A housefly lives for on average it lives for 28 days. A drone ant lives for 3 weeks. When I say 3 weeks, 3 human weeks. As far as the insect is concerned, it has lived its life fully. It does not. When I say a fly lives for 24 hours, it won't feel that it has lived a very short life. For that particular insect, it has lived a full life. But as a human being, for me, because I'm in a different dimension, the insect is in a different dimension. So that's why, if I go and say to an insect that you have lived so short a time, it won't accept. Similarly, whatever has been said in Hinduism about time by people who have got all these things revealed to them by from an upper force, we call them whatever you may call it. You may call Father or Ultimate, or in here we call Shiva, Lord Shiva, whatever it is. The names, all names mean the same thing. Anything which is superior, above all. When a revelation comes from there, that those things have been put forth, those things have been revealed to human beings by the saints and sages. Now, how did they do this? I said, in a human form, there's a limitation. I'm not in a position to comprehend. But how is that they were able to comprehend? How is that they were able to say all those things? The solution lies in this. We perceive time and space through our mind, right? Through our mind. So the technique suggested, or the technique followed by the saints and sages were, please erase the mind. That stands in between any embodied being and the reality. So erase it, take it out. Take it out. Erase mind totally. Then you need not have to search for, things will be revealed to you automatically. It is like something is there is a veil between. I simply lift it. Then I need not have to try, everything will be shown as it is. This taking away the mind or stilling the mind, making it thoughtless, is done through a process called meditation. The term meditation, the purpose of meditation is to make the mind blank. It's very difficult, very, very difficult. Whatever you talk, even if you think that I'm going to let me now do something to get rid of all my thoughts and make it blank, even that thought itself will become an abstraction. So that's why there are many techniques devised by those ancient stages of Hinduism, how to meditate, how to make a mind meditative so that it drops at a point of time. It drops without any trace. In that state, things get revealed, and whatever has been revealed to them, they have given to the future generation. Okay. Now, I told you that there are many things which are difficult to believe, right? But still, how is that we can, what is the logic behind accepting all those things that have been said? My slide is not moving, just a minute. Sorry.
Excuse me for the interruption.
Yeah.
Would you like to switch to the slides? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that okay? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Fine. Fine. Look at now. I'll go only to those slides which have got essential points, which I have highlighted here. This inner stillness. Inner stillness. This is what I mean by dropping your mind totally. Then things get revealed in the consciousness itself. Fine. The revelations often obtained through dhyana. Dhyana is deep meditation. In deep meditation, things get revealed to us. Now look at this mantra. This is Mundaka Upanishad. It's a scripture. He who knows the self, he knows the self. You can replace the word self by anything. By Lord, by God, by the truth, by Atman, whatever name. Something which you feel is there, which is hidden to you. He who knows the self knows what was, what is, and what will be. So the past, present, and future everything will be known to him once he knows this. Once he knows the self, past, present, and future, all the three will be known to him. That is how those sages who have realized their self were able to predict the future, were able to predict know the past of what has happened. Fine. What they visualized was not through sight, but through insight. A direct awareness that transcended sensory boundaries. A direct awareness that transcended sensory boundaries. So if you want to go through the scriptures, as a human being, we are limited by our sensory boundaries, isn't it? We are limited by our senses. So our senses, all our senses will definitely put a barrier. Things may look unbelievable. But let us see some of the reasons. I tell you some of why, what is the logic behind believing all these things. There's a scripture called Surya Siddhanta. This is from Indian cosmology. It describes the earth as spherical, rotating on its own axis, and gravitationally attracts objects. This was prior to about 1,000 years prior to Newton and Copernicus. And again, the Vedas themselves, they date back to around 4,000 to 5,000 years. They speak about innumerable worlds, Anantaloka. Innumerable worlds, which is in tune with what we now call as multiple universes, multiverse. It talks about innumerable worlds. In 476 AD, Aryabhatta is again a cosmologist. He states the apparent western movement of stars is due to Earth's rotation on its axis, not celestial movement. Much later, Copernicus proposed Earth's rotation and heliocentrism. So in 476 AD, Aryabhatta was not having any equipment. He was not equipped scientifically. And how is that he could tell such things much in advance? The answer for that lies here, through insight, a direct awareness that transcended sensory boundaries. Now we have to accept, because whatever has been said are correct, have been proved correct at a later date. Let me go to the next. Yeah. Yajurveda, again Aryabhatta, sun as the central in our system. Again, heliocentric model. These were all proved mathematically correct subsequent years, maybe 1,000 years after that. Look at the beauty behind it. Surya Siddhanta estimated Earth's circumference as approximately 39,968 kilometers, which is 99.7% accurate. Now we say it is, as per the geodetic measurements, it is 40,000 plus. This is almost closer. And this Surya Siddhanta dates back to around 1,500 years. Length of solar year, 365.25868 days, and modern measurement is 365.2563. Error is by 3 minutes per year. I don't even call it this as error. Even this may be wrong, because these things came by, these things were revealed to them. This 365.25868 was revealed to those sages, whereas the modern measurement of 365.25636 was measured scientifically. If I'm given a choice, I will say this may be correct. They have not used any instrument to measure it. These are all revelations. So even this 3 minutes error, I think this is because there is an error in our measurement. This is what I will say. Look at the speed of light. This was given in a measure which was 2,202 eogenos in half a nimisha. These were all, nimisha is it's an equivalent of second. When we convert it into meters per second, it is 2.99 into 10 power 8, whereas the actual value is 2.998. The Rig Veda dates back about 5,000 years back. This is the first Veda in Hinduism. So about 4,000 to 5,000 years back, without any scientific rules, if some sage could predict the speed of light, and after 4,000 years, the modern humanity, the scientists have predicted it at 2.998 into 10 power 8 meters per second. Then whatever Rigveda says, whatever Surya Siddhanta says, whatever Aryabhatta says about things which are other than this, I have to accept. I cannot deny, I cannot negate. Fine. Now, what are the things that he says? If I'm running out of time, please remind me.
Yes, time has
Yeah.
already run out.
Okay.
If you would like to do a conclusion, now would be the time. Thank you.
It is the time already.
The time has already run out.
Yeah, we are very tough. But
I will go to one thing.
You could summarize the philosophical part of the conclusion.
I will go to the last line.
About the timelessness. Yeah, because we saw also in the slides the structure. No?
Yes, I'm summing up without skipping all the other slides. For humans, time is real. Time appears real. And it is so for all embodied beings. So from embodied beings, the time is relative. For self, there is no time and also no space. Both time and space are myths. The realization comes only when one lives in the eternal present, the mind remaining still, and the truth is revealed. Right? And the Hindu cosmology, when it talks about time, cyclical time, let me take a few more minutes and then finish up. As I told you, it talks about human years. It says there's a cycle of creation, preservation, and then destruction. The cycle goes on. And based on this, the cycle lasts for 4.32 million years. Once in 4.32 million years, a cycle, in 4.32 million years, there are different stages or different realms or different, what shall I say, yugas, we call them yugas. We are in Kali Yuga. In Hinduism, we say we are in Kali Yuga. This is one period. Then it is followed by Satya Yuga, followed by Treta Yuga, followed by Dwapara Yuga. There are 4 yugas, 4 phases, which repeat once in 4.32 million years. Then once in 311 trillion years, there's a Maga Pralaya. That means there's a total destruction of the entire material universe and everything becomes unmanifest. Once in 311 trillion years. Again, after the Vedas say, after an inconceivably longer duration, they don't put the numbers. Again, this cycle starts to run for another 311 trillion years. Of course, these are all mind-blogging and difficult to digest. But having seen that whatever have been said have all been scientifically proved or they match, then I think I must be happy to accept. I think I'll stop here. If you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dhanyavad. Thank you so much for your summary, because it's an enormously huge topic, because in Hinduism there are different concepts, but regarding the timelessness, of course, that's the main. Probably we have also specialists connected with Indian studies. I know that, for example, Professor Jānis Priede was doing Indian studies in the past, and lecturer Arni Siliņš. Do you have some questions to the speaker? If not, then we going. Oh, Arne Silic has. Yeah, please go on. We can very fast question. And
dear Professor Nagarjan, please briefly elaborate. We know that there are parallelly existing several not contradicting but different concepts of the time and space manifestations, even within the Vedic philosophy framework. We know that Shri Yukteswar, and it was this legacy was taken by David Frawley. They also frame the cycle of yugas in a lesser time framework.
Yeah.
What would you comment on that?
No, I do not. Truly speaking, I do not know. I do not know, because the scripture says is 4.32 million years. This is the age old, and there is a sect of sages who say it runs for every yuga runs for 5,000 years, whereas it is trillion. This is in thousands. I go by the scriptures. This is my intuition. I do not know, because we live for a short period of 60, 70, 80 years. Then to compare two different versions, I think I'm not competent enough. That's what I say. And as I told you, since many of the things that have been said exactly matches or coincides with the scientific findings, then I'll go by the scriptures. It is the scriptures which predicted the speed of light, which predicted the rotation of the earth, everything long ago. So I'll go by them. This 5,000 years is a recent point of view put forth by a certain section of Hindu science.
Thank you.
Daniel. So now, může být další sástr mé ruči here. I am also interested in philosophy. Thank you so much. Now we are going over to our final speaker. That's also very, very interesting. Master in theology and master in economics at the same time, and research assistant and PhD student from Nigeria. Adabugo House of Stories. Miss Gertrude also, please, floor is yours. The presentation title is Time Perception in the Igbo Calendar. It's very, very, very, very interesting, because I saw the PowerPoint presentation myself. Please, floor is yours. If you try to share the presentation, if there are problems, your presentation is with the administrators, and we can share instead of you. Yes, Gertrude.
Good evening.
Yeah,
yes,
please.
Yes. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I feel honored to join you here all the way from Nigeria, and I thank you all, my senior distinguished colleagues and my esteemed guests, and of course you, the gracious hosts, Professor Kaspars, and everyone at the Department of Asian Studies. My name is Gertrude Ozo, and I have my academic training in computer science, but I'm also a creative writer. As part of my work at Adabugo House of Stories, I draw on my computer science background to support the approach I take to creative writing, which is a practice that flows naturally from my personal love for storytelling, creativity, rather than from my academic training. So truly speaking, I am quite honored to join you all the way from Nigeria to explore this very topic that touches every aspect of human, which is time. Time, as we all know, keeps us on our toes. Look at how we're all rushing to meet up with time. That's how important time is. And today, I will take us on a journey across my own particular culture. Specifically, I will explain and the clock-oriented concepts of time. We're going to see how festivals like the Igbo Fala and the Iriji Festival, which is the New Yam Festival, they anchor communities to history, to nature, and to the cosmos. And of course, through these lenses, I want us to look at and also appreciate how human societies across the world interpret time, how we experience time, and how we live time as personal or individual experiences. Time is mostly lived, not necessarily what is on the clock, not necessarily what everyone else says. So in continuing, time is actually both measurable as a phenomenon, is a measurable thing, and also is a cultural construct that shapes and has been shaping, human perception, human behavior, human social organization, human socialization all around the world from ages past, from time to time, generations. In fact, several epochs, momentous times in a human civilization. These are recorded periods that can be measured. And also when you come to cultures around the world, time is inevitably there. Okay, now in this presentation, I want to recognize that actually different cultures across the globe understand and organize time through different worldviews, the linear, the cyclical, and the clock-oriented frameworks. Particularly, I will be giving attention to my Nigerian Igbo ancestry, I have already mentioned, and excuse me, I'll be sharing our unique way of viewing and experiencing time in the traditional sense. Things have changed, yes. There has been a lot of evolution, changes. We now have the modern times. Everything has been modernized, yes. But at the same time, the traditional concepts of time have not truly been wiped off in core cultural practices in the hometowns, in the villages, the rural areas. There are these traditions that have stood the test of time itself. Despite the extent of civilization, modernization, they don't get eroded. They are still there. So I'll be looking at those aspects today. Now, when you come to linear time, I would like to explore it in the context of marking notable past, present, and future moments in the Igbo traditions and through ceremonies such as the Igbo Ofala Festival. Igbo Ofala Festival in Igbo land and cultural tradition is all about a yearly or annual celebration that signifies the renewal of leadership and the communal authority in Igbo land by the king. So the king renews his leadership commitments or leadership vows, his leadership oath, whatever, every year, and it is called the Ofala Festival. Now, when you come down to cyclical time, I can look at it through the life cycles, the seasonal changes, the lunar phases, the highlighting of agricultural rhythms and harvest celebrations such as the Iriji Festival, which is the New Yam Festival, because in Igbo land or in Igbo tradition, the yam is one of the revered crops. So the yam itself is being celebrated in a way, so is seen as the giant crop. Now, the Iriji Festival is an annual thing that the Igbo culture celebrates. So this connects the community to the land itself and to the cycle of nature, meaning that every other year in the cyclical timing, you already know that at this particular time, at this particular point, at this particular season of the year, at this particular season of the year, this celebration is coming, this is going to happen. It's a way of marking time, it's a way of taking note of time, it's a way of preparing, because it's not just ceremonial, it's actually a ritual. Also, all those spiritism, beliefs in the natives, in the spirits of the land. During these traditional ceremonies, the festivals, the Igbo Ofala, the Iriji, it is also an opportunity for core traditional practitioners, people that still believe in the traditional system of worship, in the consultation of the forefathers, in the consultation of the ancestors of the land. These are special moments or peculiar moments every year that these things get given their maximum attention. So when you now come down to the clock-oriented timing system, let's look at the cultural units of, because everything I'm drawing down right now is just around my personal ancestry, the Igbo culture. Later, I will drift up a bit to the global examples of how time is marked worldwide. So based on the clock-oriented timing system, I want to quickly come down to the structured units. The structured units such as the weekdays, the market days, and the annual events that give special attention to the Igbo calendar system. Now, in Igbo calendar system, we have 4 market days, or rather 4 days in a week, not the regular Gregorian calendar of 7 days in a week. These 4 market days, the Afo, the Nkwo, the Eke, and the Ore, is a complete week. So in an Igbo calendar, we have 7 weeks, because we still have exactly 28 days in an Igbo calendar. So we have 7 weeks of 4 days each, whereas in a Gregorian calendar, we have 4 weeks of 7 days each. The same 28 days, the same lunar cycle, the same 1 month that brings about a full movement of the moon, movement of the earth around the moon, you know. So in this Afo, Nkwo, Eke, and Ore, they are very, very specific. They have the life force of their own. They have spiritism attached to these days. For instance, in the 4 elements of life, we have the fire, we have the water, we have the air, and then we have the earth. Now, this Afo, Nkwo, Eke, and Ore also symbolize life. So I'm trying to bring in here the similarity, despite the nomenclature, despite the names we give it in our different climes and cultures. You see that humanity is actually one. Humanity is the same. It's just about interpretation. That's why I said that time in itself is interpretive. It is what you call it that it becomes for you. Now, this Afo is the same as the earth. That's the Afo is the same as the earth. The Nkwo is the same as the air. The Eke is the same as the fire sign, and the Ore is the same as the water sign. Now, when you take it a bit to astrology, the zodiac system, the astronomy, you realize that the influences of time on birth timing, and the zodiac, the astronomy, the astrology is also cutting across almost all cultures of the world. For instance, in Igbo land, this Afo now, if you're born on an Afo day, you are definitely in those days. It's no longer obtainable that much these days, but you'll be named something like Nwa Afo, meaning Nwa is like child. So Nwa Afo is definitely like a child born on Afo day. You now see names like Nwa Nkwo, a child born on the Nkwo day. You see something like Nwa Eke or Oke Eke, you know. You see that's a child born on the Eke market day, which is the fire day. You now see something like Nwore, Mbore, you know, people born on the Ore market day, which is the water sign. So you now see that astrology is something that is mystical, and it's whether embraced openly or silently there, it is something that is all over the world and cuts across all traces of human culture, practices, and all that. Now let's take it with a special focus to the time, the birth of Christ, and this is a worldwide history. During the time of Christ, let's look at the influences of the celestial alignment on the birth times, the astrology and the zodiac interpretations. We will now see that without any physical human aid, without any kind of guidance, any assistance, but by simply reading the signs, the arrangement of the stars, the ordering of the celestial bodies, the Magi, that's the three wise men, were able to by themselves trace to the point, to the direct manger where Christ was, without any human assistance. So it's not a magical thing, it's not a supernatural thing. It's simply by looking at the sky, looking at the stars, reading the arrangement, then listening to the prophecies of old, put one-on-one together and say, oh, it is in Nazareth, we move. And that is what they did. They by themselves traced and found the newborn child, Jesus Christ. So this is just to wrap it up, because of time. I can see there is not much time left. So I just want to summarize by saying that, you know, when you integrate the history, the cultural, the agricultural, and the celestial perspectives, I want you to understand with me through this presentation that, you know, we have to underscore the fact that time is not just merely a measured concept. Yeah, it's not just a merely measured concept. It is interpretive. It is a personal thing. It's whether it is on an individual level or at a communal level. It is a personal thing. It is experienced. It is lived differently across cultures of the world. And this further reveals that indeed humanity's profound connection to one another, with nature, with society, with cosmos, with deities, whether you call whatever you worship, there's this link that humans have with one another and with the supreme being, whatever you call yours, because the connection between us and the cosmos or the unseen is actually time. Because when you look at everything that we are doing, everything that we want to do, everything that has happened, whether it is on a linear progression from past to today to tomorrow, every activity that we do as human beings, it all starts from a chronological movement. Let me say a chronological movement from what has been to what we're experiencing today and what we will have tomorrow, because it's a progressive thing. Now, this is just, I'm sharing a screen to just show you an example of what happens during the Iriji festival, annual festival. Now, this is a picture, this is a reverential presentation of yam. In some climes, yam may just be an ordinary tuber, nothing. It doesn't really carry meaning, just like there are some particular food items in other areas of the world that maybe in my area, it doesn't carry meaning. But in Igbo land, it is highly revered. It is highly revered, and this is how it is done. The New Yam Festival is not celebrated with maybe boiled yam, maybe fried yam. It has to be with roasted yam. It has to be roasted in open fire, direct, because somehow the yam itself is also tied to the spirit of fire. So it has to be roasted. So what you're looking at is a collection of roasted yam with some titled men there that are going to cut it. In other parts of the world, it is symbolic. It's synonymous to cutting a cake, maybe during a birthday, maybe during an anniversary, maybe you just cut the cake. Now, this cutting of the yam that day is highly symbolic. Now, this is just a close-up picture of what a roasted yam looks like. So that is just to actually bring what I have to an end, because I have to rush through it all and make sure that at least we're able to, touch as much points as possible. So I will be stopping here, and I will once again thank you, Professor Kaspars, and all of you at the Department of Asian Studies there. It is quite an honor to join you all the way from Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much. It was so great. The Igbo calendar is very, very interesting. There is a 4 days week, as far as I know, yeah, connected with market is a 4 days week, probably, yeah, or 13 months year. So there are huge differences bonded to agriculture, Very, very interesting. Professor Taimans was talking about Indonesia, because there was a time calculation regarding how the harvest is growing is a measurement of time. I myself, I was sometime I spent in Tanzania, but so mostly in urban areas, but it was not as much contact with the local people. But I saw a lot of literature collected because for example, in Africa, I think in how it is in Cameroon, in neighboring countries, do they also worship the Igbo calendar, or just Nigeria, or Cameroon? Cameroon has as well.
I think there are some Igbo natives in Cameroon, so wherever they are, they will also still observe the core Igbo traditions.
Also neighboring regions a little bit, yeah, the Igbo people.
Yeah. You know, Igbos are originally native to Nigeria, but due to migration and movement, they are almost in all parts of the world, but particularly in some African countries, there are still native, maybe they have lived there for centuries, so they're actually native Igbo speaking origins in some of the African countries. So wherever they are, they will still be practicing that core tradition they migrated with.
I see. It's also interesting. Oh, thank you so much for your presentation. Do you have some questions to the final presenter? We will have, if not, anyway, we will collect all the information, and it would be great if you send, if you can structure it as a paper, as an article. We have 1.5 months time, so think about. But we will definitely keep a contact, because your proposal regarding African literature would be great. I was at least my experience in Africa. There were excellent internet cafes with quite huge libraries. And in Africa, still the bookingist culture was that they were selling books on the streets, or at least it was enormously interesting. So we are ready to share the African, the part of your offer, and we will talk about how to organize it. So thank you so much. We will include the African literature in our curricula. If no more questions, ladies and gentlemen, we are concluding today's session. Thank you so much moderators, guests, and presenters. And tomorrow we are meeting. Susan, what time we meeting? There is a paper from Professor Balwadis. He cannot present. He can present just at 3 p.m. But we will structure that in the morning, I think. Regarding moderators, what do we have? Is our last day? Okay. Moderator is Ilse Chester at the first section. That means that everything is in good hands, no? So professionals running, and then Agita Balgal is not present. Somebody. She has another conference in Czech Republic. She sent the presentation. Somebody should read the presentation instead of her. I think the moderator can do it, no? Yeah, I will ask Ilse, because at the beginning it will be probably hard for me to participate. I will participate immediately after. So, ladies and gentlemen, once more, thank you so much. And thank you all the guests from all the countries coming. Nigeria, India, Azerbaijan, China, Korea, and presenters from our university, Latvia, and thanks once more, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.